Да. Влизат, Ивчо, влизат. Какво обращение? Записано ли? Да. А? Да. Приготвил ли си? Първото приготвил ли си? Пусни си го на екрана първо. No headset today. I don't know. I don't know, but you haven't here translation today. Общ план ли е Боря? А? Тая камера на Борито не е виждам. Ето. Хора, много не може ли да още по-общ план или не става?
Няма повече.
А?
Това е максимално отворено.
Добре.
Леко може да тръпне назад.
Не е пипа. Това са първите едици.
Take your seats, please, slowly. Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria, Stefan Dimitrov, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Bulgaria, Atanas Zaprianov, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to welcome you at the second edition of the Black Sea Security Conference in the framework of the International Crimea Platform today in Sofia. As one of the main strengths of the Crimea Platform, the conference proved to be a valuable forum to discuss the security developments in the wider Black Sea region and the consequences of the ongoing Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. Since the first Black Sea Conference in Bucharest, the Crimea Platform has gathered considerable support for Ukraine in defending its sovereignty and freedom. Ukraine's fight against the aggressor is a fight also for our values and for Europe's security. Our focus and awareness of the strategic importance of the Black Sea region have been significantly strengthened. May I invite to the stage now both ministers, Minister Dimitrov and Minister Zaprianov, please. First, I have the honor to give the floor for opening remarks to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria, His Excellency Stefan Dimitrov. Minister, you have the floor.
Dear Minister of Defense of the Republic of Bulgaria, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is indeed a great honor for me to open the second high-level Black Sea Security Conference in the framework of the International Crimean Platform. Today's conference is one of my first public appearances as a minister in the caretaker government, and notably, it is about a central issue in my country's foreign policy. This gives me the opportunity to reiterate Bulgaria's sympathy and support for our friends of Ukraine. More than 2 years, the world is witnessing something unthinkable in the mind of contemporary generation, a full-scale war that constitutes a direct assault against the principles and norms that the international community has struggled for decades to establish and protect. The Russian invasion in Ukraine has undermined the international security system and shaken the core of the international legal order. It has also brought about major changes in how we assess our policies and objectives on national and regional level, but also globally. Most concerning, however, is the human suffering and grief that we witness on a daily basis and on a scale that we thought has been left far behind in history. And it seems to me this should be our main preoccupation today. Bulgarians have a long-standing record of human empathy and practical support to people in trouble and need. We will carry on further with our humanitarian assistance to all those affected by the war, including our friendly hospitality. Special attention and care we will continue to devote to our brothers and sisters of Bulgarian origin in the regions of Kherson and Odessa and elsewhere in the zone of hostilities. Cessation of the bloodshed and durable peace settlement remain therefore our top priority. We are resolved to providing support to Ukraine to enable it to achieve a just and sustainable peace. In this context, we welcome Switzerland's initiative to convene the first peace summit in June on the basis of President Zelensky's peace formula. We expect the peace summit to set the right platform for future negotiations with Russia based on a clear roadmap as well as on the fundamental principles of the UN Charter and international law. Bulgaria takes active part in the peace formula's 4 working strands: food security, energy security, restoration of justice, and as co-chair on environmental security, together with Germany and Finland. Investing in the security of the Black Sea region is an investment in the security of the Euro-Atlantic area in peace and freedom in the region and Europe as a whole. We stand ready to support Ukraine in undertaking priority reforms, including in the defense and security sector, as well as establishing, together with other allies, a robust, predictable, long-term mechanism for security assistance to Ukraine by the time of NATO Washington summit in July. A political vision for the future that could contribute to security is to have the Black Sea surrounded as much as possible by democratic countries abiding by the rule of law and protection of fundamental human rights, free to choose their foreign policy orientation and affiliation. I am confident that our conference will have a substantive contribution to our joint efforts to formulate concrete recommendations in this field. Ladies and gentlemen, having said all this, I am confident that today's forum should focus in the first place on an issue which is indispensable to Europe's security, and that is the strategic importance of the Black Sea region. By disrupting important transport routes and supply chains and causing high market volatility, the war has changed the way we think about doing business, planning our international commercial cooperation, thinking ahead regarding the future of our industrial base and energy security. Indiscriminate bombings, drone and missile attacks against economic and social infrastructure have a high human cost, deadly destruction toll, and severe long-term consequences for the environment far beyond the regions directly affected, including the entire Black Sea basin. These are all profound and extremely serious consequences for countries and peoples, no matter how far away from the front lines in Ukraine they are. As far as the Black Sea region is concerned, the war in Ukraine has put it on the contact line of a new division between Russia and the West, thus enhancing its strategic importance with new dimensions. The wider Black Sea area has become one of the world's regions where the negative impact of the war of Russia against Ukraine is especially strong, generating risks in many areas of national and interstate activities. Dangerous military actions in the Black Sea in disregard of international law create vulnerabilities in different ways, by challenging the territorial integrity of littoral states, increasing military presence in the area, weaponizing energy and trade exchanges, and disrupting connectivity. The repeatedly extended Russian notifications regarding the establishing of warning areas in the Black Sea include parts of other countries' exclusive economic zones and prevent the freedom of navigation, thus taking the global food security as a hostage and a collateral casualty of the war. The attacks against strategic civilian infrastructure inflict additional devastation on the fragile environment in the Black Sea. These challenges require a united, resolute, and systemic response. They require more active and multidimensional regional and international cooperation aimed at upholding the security, safety, stability, and freedom of navigation in the Black Sea region. And here, I believe, is the real added value of this high-level forum. I am confident that the Black Sea Security Conference in Sofia will have a substantive contribution to our joint efforts to formulate concrete recommendations on the further steps to strengthen the security in the wider Black Sea region. Once again, warm welcome to Sofia, dear colleagues and friends. I wish you fruitful discussions and a pleasant stay in our country. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Minister Dimitrov, and now we'll have the pleasure to hear a message from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Mr. Dmytro Kuleba.
I'm delighted to welcome you all to the second Black Sea Security Conference of the International Crimea Platform. I regret not being able to attend in Sofia, but I'm confident that today's event will serve as an important platform for discussing ways to strengthen Black Sea security. I thank Bulgaria's Foreign and Defense Ministries for co-organizing and hosting this event. I'm deeply grateful to Bulgaria, its government, and its people for their significant and timely support for Ukraine. We all want to see the Black Sea as a zone of security, peace, commerce, and economic development. Bulgaria, Georgia, Romania, Turkey, and Ukraine. Unfortunately, one of our region's countries, Russia, sees it as a place for imperial ambitions and war. For more than a decade, Moscow has undermined security, freedom of navigation, and the environment in the Black Sea region. That is why it is critical to maintain unity in supporting Ukraine. Russia's war of aggression has proved that the security of our region is indivisible. Only Russia's defeat and the complete restoration of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity will bring stability, security and the prospect of strong economic development to the Black Sea region. Ukraine can achieve such an outcome with sufficient support. To bring this moment closer, we urgently require additional Patriot and other modern air defense systems, weapons and ammunition. I take this opportunity to once again urge all of our partners to take extraordinary and bold steps. This war cannot and must not be normalized. Ukrainian air defense is now protecting not only Ukrainian skies from Russian air terror, it also shields neighboring Moldova, Romania and Poland from the immediate threat of missile and drone entering their airspace, as well as other Black Sea and European countries from the possibility of Russian aggression spilling over onto their territory. Thus, it makes perfect sense to strengthen Ukrainian air defense as soon as possible, and with it, regional and global stability. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Russia cannot be a partner in solving problems because Russia is the problem. The story of Ukrainian grain exports vividly illustrates this. First, Moscow created a problem by launching an invasion and blocking our ports. Food prices around the world immediately went up, putting hundreds of millions of people at risk of hunger. Then everyone reached out to Russia, asking it to lift the blockade and allow Ukrainian grain to be shipped out. Russia eventually joined the Black Sea Grain Initiative, but even then, it obstructed its functioning and eventually killed the deal. Ukraine's actions in this situation were an excellent example of how to deal with Russia. We did not ask Moscow for permission and did not discuss with Russia how to solve the problems it created. Instead, Ukraine destroyed a large portion of the Russian Black Sea fleet with naval drones, pushed it away to the eastern shores, liberated Zmyny Island, strengthened air defense together with partners and resumed its grain exports without asking Russia for permission. As a result, food prices around the world are under control, Ukrainian farmers and their foreign partners can trade with confidence, and the Ukrainian economy benefits. This is the way to handle any problems caused by Russia. Russia can only blame itself for the fact that no one wants to work with it anymore. Moscow had numerous opportunities to engage in mutually respectful dialogue with Black Sea states and other countries before invading Georgia and Ukraine. It chose aggression, terror, and blackmail over cooperation. Today, there is no other language Moscow understands better than the language of force. This is what they respect. Anything else is seen as a weakness. Dear friends, we must strengthen our security without second-guessing Russia's position. What is required is a vision, strategy, and persistence in common actions to achieve our shared goals. The Black Sea must become the sea of NATO, peace, and stability. This has already happened in the Baltic Sea with Finland and Sweden joining the alliance. The security of the entire region has been strengthened. When Ukraine and Georgia join NATO, the Black Sea will follow suit. This is the strategic goal that the alliance and the entire Euro-Atlantic community must pursue. NATO's Baltic Black Sea flank will serve as a solid wall of protection against Russian aggression and terror. This will bring stability and peace to our region, allowing everyone in Bulgaria, Ukraine and other Black Sea, Central European and Baltic states to benefit from economic and trade growth. We should have learned something over the past 2 decades. Russia acts whenever we fail to act. NATO must actively implement a separate, comprehensive and ambitious Black Sea strategy aimed at reducing Russia's malign influence and increasing regional stability. Such a strategy will yield generous security dividends far beyond the Black Sea shores. I'm confident that today's meaningful discussion will inspire new, powerful and brave decisions, demonstrating our partners' genuine unity in restoring security and development for our region and for all of us. I wish you fruitful work. Thank you for your attention.
I I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Defense of Bulgaria, Atanas Zaprianov. Minister, you have the floor.
Dear Minister of Foreign Affairs Dimitrov, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear Chief of Defense Admiral Eftimov, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for us to host this event dedicated to our ongoing and unwavering solidarity with Ukraine and its people in their efforts to counter the illegal and illegitimate Russian aggression. Let me emphasize that we will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes to win this war. I assure you that supporting Ukraine will remain in the focus of our defense policy during the term of office of the current caretaking government. As a result of the brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine, the world we knew no longer exists. The war directly affects the security in our region and our security as well. As we see no imminent end to this conflict, we must be prepared for a long-lasting regional instability. The Russian aggression against Ukraine reveals the increase in the Kremlin's illegitimate territorial claims in Europe and its intention to gradually escalate the armed conflict to achieve its revanchist strategy. The Kremlin's ambition to restore its influence in the post-Soviet and the post-communist space in Europe through the use of military force must be resolutely countered. The Russian armed forces continue to commit war crimes in Ukraine, and we fully condemn these atrocities. We believe that all the perpetrators of war crimes should be brought to the international justice. In our regional strategic context, Russia has been using destabilization as a tool to achieve its strategic long-term goals. We see serious challenges to our security arising from the ongoing aggression in Ukraine. The spillover potential of the war affects the security of the NATO eastern flank countries, including Bulgaria. Moscow makes use of traditional military instruments of power combined with hybrid methods of influence, such as nuclear threats, information and psychological operations, economic pressure, cyber attacks, etc. Russia uses of a wide range of hybrid subversion instruments to exert influence, including manipulation of food supplies and energy blackmail. In this context, let me state right that Bulgaria shares the security environment assessment stated in the NATO strategic concept and the European Union strategic compass. Russia definitely represents a clear and present danger to our individual and collective security. The Russian Navy's provocative actions against commercial vessels in the Black Sea generate risk for the security of Bulgaria. Russia is using military exercises as justification in order to hinder the export of Ukrainian grain to the Black Sea, including in the Bulgarian exclusive economic zone. Russia has used the sea mines affecting the main routes through the Black Sea and near commercial ports poses a serious threat to maritime security and supply chains. Given the serious potential and economic consequences of sea mines, the danger to seaports, lines of communications, and key underwater infrastructure, it is in our and NATO's interest to take measures to counter this danger. That is the reason why Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey established a task group for maritime countermeasures in the Black Sea, MCM Black. It is a matter of priority for us to work together to make the MCM Black Sea operational as soon as possible. As the Russian aggression against Ukraine is a direct challenge to us, we support Ukraine in its legitimate actions to counter the Russian military invasion and to restore its territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. From military strategic perspective, we must do our utmost to help Ukraine win. This is our strategic interest. This is why, in the last 10 months, we have intensified and broaden in scope the military assistance we send to Ukraine. This is a priority that is high on our agenda. It is a process, not a single act. We support the Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, and we believe that the door of NATO should remain open for Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. And now the Secretary of State of the United States of America, Mr. Antony Blinken, will address the conference.
Ministers Kuleba and Dimitrov, Ministers Umerov and Zaprianov, other fellow ministers, esteemed guests. We meet a decade after Russia first invaded Ukraine, and more than 2 years since Putin launched his full-scale war of aggression. Putin believed that Kyiv would fall swiftly. He also believed that Ukraine's neighbors in the Black Sea region would be divided, cowed from supporting Ukraine, and discouraged from further integrating with one another, with Europe, with the West. On all fronts, Putin has been proven wrong. Ukraine's brave defenders, with the support of countries in the region and around the world, have retaken more than half of the territory seized by Russia and are holding their ground on the battlefield in the face of a brutal Russian onslaught. Ukraine has pushed Russia's fleet back from the Black Sea, opening up vital shipping lanes that it once again is using to send grain and other crucial commodities to the world. What's more, Putin's aggression has united Black Sea nations around an affirmative vision for the region and its people. A region where states are free from attacks on their territorial integrity and free from economic coercion. The United States shares that affirmative vision. Last June, we set out a strategy to support it. We're focused on 5 key areas: increasing U.S. political engagement, deepening security cooperation, boosting economic integration and resilience, promoting energy security, particularly through clean energy, and fostering democratic resilience. We've made real progress toward delivering on those objectives. We're cooperating with Bulgaria to counter foreign information manipulation, which threatens democracies across the region. Romania will use U.S. civil nuclear technology to build a small modular reactor that will bolster regional energy security. It's also home to one of NATO's new multinational battle groups, as well as more than 2,000 U.S. troops. We're supporting Georgia's efforts to foster greater commerce across the Caspian and the Black Seas, expanding opportunities for businesses, for investors, for entrepreneurs. These are just a few examples. With each project, initiative, investment the United States and our partners make to advance these priorities, we demonstrate to people across the region how greater integration and security among the Black Sea countries can improve their lives in tangible ways. One of the many reasons we must continue to support Ukraine is this is the affirmative vision Ukraine is fighting for. A region where countries can focus on unlocking the remarkable dynamism that results when their people can work together in peace on the issues that matter most to them. That's why Ukraine's success is vital to the future of the Black Sea region. It's why the United States will continue to support Ukraine, both so it can defend itself today and stand on its own feet, militarily, economically, democratically, in the years ahead. And it's why partners in the Black Sea can count on the United States by their side, as they build a region that's more secure, more prosperous, and more integrated. Thank you.
I now have Mrs. Maria Plenković-Burić, Secretary General of the Council of Europe, to address the conference.
Ministers, dear friends, the Black Sea region is a meeting point for cultures and traditions, and its peace, stability, and prosperity are vital for those who live there and far beyond. Russia's illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea signaled the beginning of a spiral of dissent, which has resulted in its brutal and ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine, as well as action designed to undermine the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia and the Republic of Moldova. The Council of Europe is dedicated to ensuring human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, and through these, the democratic security that stands in contrast to authoritarianism. We have been clear about our commitment to ensuring an effective international legal response to Russia's crimes in Ukraine, a response that recognizes accountability as the key to sustainable peace. And our approach was endorsed by European leaders at our Summit of Heads of State and Government in Reykjavik last year. Central to this is our Register of Damage, now fully operational and recording loss and harm inflicted by Russia on the ground, and serving as the first and necessary step for any future international compensation mechanism, in which the Council of Europe is also ready to play its part. Just as we support the core group as it looks at options for trying the crime of aggression, more than this, we are also taking measures to support children from Ukraine, help the Ukrainian Prosecutor General in the investigation of mass human rights violations, and implement our action plan on resilience, recovery, and reconstruction. In Ukraine, the Black Sea region, and Europe as a whole, we will continue to work with our member states on the reforms required to ensure a stable, democratic future where sovereignty and territorial integrity are rightly respected in the interests of every citizen.
We will now hear the message from Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General for the Organization of American States.
I am grateful for your invitation to participate in this second Black Sea Security Conference and share my views with you on this crucial issue. The security of this region and that of the international system as a whole are today at stake. Let us never forget that the Russian war against Ukraine began in 2014 with the occupation and intended annexation of Crimea. Now that we are providing our support to Ukraine, we have to be honest. About 10 years ago, the international community looked the other way. Ukraine was abandoned, and the warning signs of worse things to come were ignored. In February 2022, a full-fledged invasion began. The invasion presented Europe and its allies with an existential question: how to respond to this test of the international system built after World War II. The answer is clear. We must work as hard as it's necessary to reinforce it. At the Organization of American States, we immediately spoke out against the violation of the most fundamental principles of international law, humanitarian law, and human rights. From our very first statement, we called this invasion a war of aggression. Immediately thereafter, our Permanent Council withdrew the status of permanent observer of the Russian Federation before this organization, thus reaffirming the principles that guide us. Along with the international community, we have called for peace, for the end of the aggression, for the peaceful solution of controversies, and respect for the norms of international law. We have also said that the invasion was a threat to peace and security of the entire planet, including the Western Hemisphere, as we saw Russia making inroads among autocratic regimes in the Americas. And yet, it is precisely in the Black Sea region where the economic war of aggression now continues against Ukraine and against the rest of the world. Russia's disruption of navigation in the Black Sea, its withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, and its subsequent efforts to damage Ukraine's port infrastructure and grain storage facilities have jeopardized food security on a global scale, starting, of course, with Ukraine. We understand what this means. Latin America is a food-producing region, low to medium-income countries for whom the grain market is a source of foreign exchange and thus well-being of the population. For this reason, I applaud the initiative of the Ukrainian government to have a Ukraine-Latin America summit in 2024. The cooperation agenda between Latin America and the wider Black Sea region should include issues of international peace and security, human rights and democracy, as well as complementary commercial areas such as agro-industrial technology. We can be allies in the area of cybersecurity, essential to counteract Russian disinformation and propaganda campaigns in both regions. We have many shared interests and values. For all these reasons, dear friends, your cause is our cause. We are committed to peace with justice, territorial integrity for Ukraine, and stability for the Black Sea region as a whole. The Americas are with you. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Dear colleagues, before we proceed to our first panel headed and moderated by Professor Zdravko Popov, and while we have the Minister and Minister Zaprianov, I would like to invite all the head of delegations together for a family photo in front of the scene, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ministries, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's my honor to moderate the first panel session of our conference, and I would like to invite our panelists on the stage. Please, Mr. Dragomir Zakov, Mr. Mikola Toczyński, Mr. Jan Bork, Mr. Angus Lapsley, Mr. Tobias Billström, Mrs. Anna Kristina Tinka, Mr. Lasha Darsalia, and Mr. Basat Yosturk. Our first panel session is joint efforts for safeguarding stability in the challenging geopolitical landscape. I would like to focus once again your attentions on the main leading questions for the discussion of our session. Strategic importance of the Black Sea for the regional security. The ongoing use of the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov as outputs for Russia-armed aggression. Implementing of Ukraine peace formula is a key element of providing regional security and promoting defense cooperation. The effective implementation of the sanctioned regime with regard to the Russian oil export. Russian export of Ukrainian grain from the temporarily occupied territories. Functioning of the Black Sea corridor to Ukrainian ports is a vital economic lifeline for Ukraine. Grain from Ukraine, consolidating efforts to ensure global food security. These are our main topics and main questions in our first session. And it's my honor to give the floor our first speaker, Mr. Dragomir Zakov, Ambassador at Large for Defense and Security in the Euro-Atlantic area, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria, and former Minister of Defense and permanent representative in NATO. Mr. Zakov, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Popov. And first of all, let me say that I'm extremely happy, and it's a pleasure to be here with such a distinguished audience and with such a distinguished panel. I must say, maybe I know all of the panelists, even with some of them I had been working in extremely challenging circumstances in NATO. Of course, let me begin by saying that in the last decade, we have witnessed return to power politics. Why? Because Russia's massive assault on sovereign and independent Ukraine has significantly deteriorated the security architecture of Europe. Despite Russia's attempt to divert projection of military power from a larger distance because of the Ukrainian capabilities, the Black Sea remains essential for Moscow's self-protection and self-perception as a great power. The Russian policy to the Black Sea region is aimed at creating vulnerabilities and manipulating vulnerabilities in different ways. By challenging the territorial integrity and economic security of littoral states, by increasing military presence and projection of power, through weaponizing energy and trade dependencies, disrupting connectivity, but also blocking some of the exclusive economic zones of the littoral states because of notified military drills. As a result, now Russia controls 2/3 of the Georgian coastline following the 2008 war. It has illegally annexed Crimea in 2014 and occupied eastern Ukrainian regions. Russia has also propped up a pro-Russian regime in the Republic of Moldova's breakaway region of Transnistria to put pressure on the Moldovan government. Now Russia seeks to establish domination and project influence also beyond its neighborhood and into the Western Balkans, South Caucasus, Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, where its proxies play an important role in maintaining conflict potential, as we witnessed even 2 days ago. The aim of Russia is to create strategic dilemmas, and this is important, to the European security from multiple directions, thus also positioning itself as the main threat to the security and stability of the Euro-Atlantic area, as also written in the NATO strategic concept from 2022. How NATO responded to that, and I'm sure that SG Angus Lepsley will talk at length about that, but let me also focus on some of the key elements that we see in Bulgaria as important. Putin's Russia wanted to see less NATO on its immediate neighborhood. The Russian illegal annexation of Crimea and the following Russia's invasion of Ukraine prompted NATO to return to its core mandate through the largest reinforcement of collective deterrence and defense capabilities as part of the long-term adaptation of the Allied posture on the eastern flank. And we witnessed this with the 4 additional battle groups on the eastern flank, one of them in Bulgaria, in addition to the 4 previous after 2016, after the Warsaw Summit. The readiness of the NATO forces has been increased. New defense plans have been launched, and also initiatives were put in place to boost the defense production. Also, cyber defense, on the cyber defense side, the capacity is being strengthened. The war in Ukraine put the Black Sea region on the conflict line of the new division between Russia and the West. The strategic importance of the Black Sea region has been reassessed and found its place in the NATO strategic concept. Now, what we need to do is to go beyond pure recognition into motion, into action, to put this recognition into action, and to further operationalize our focus on this region. In Bulgaria, we think that what we have to do is now to build NATO's infrastructure and capabilities on the eastern flank and in the Black Sea region in order to adequately reflect the threats and the challenges from strategic directions. Further improving situational awareness, surveillance, and information sharing. As soon as feasible, we have to consider ways to renew NATO presence in the Black Sea region, which we see as key for ensuring deterrence and prevention of conflicts on the NATO's eastern flank. We have to put strong focus on enhancing our resilience against hybrid threats, including the protection of critical infrastructure, which is maybe even the most important element, and also countering disinformation. Along with stronger NATO involvement, we should aim at closer coordination and cooperation between NATO and the European Union, because both are natural partners in this region. Let me also touch upon, of course, a little bit more on Ukraine. As stated already by the 2 ministers, we'll continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes, and we'll continue to provide a wide range of assistance measures, political, military, humanitarian, and recovery support. In the run-up to the Washington summit, we support a high level of ambition in all work strands in NATO regarding Ukraine. As outlook for the future, peace formula of the President Zelensky has been already mentioned in the high-level panel. Let me just reiterate that we welcome the Switzerland's initiative to convene the first peace summit in June, and also that the peace formal of President Zelensky is the only credible format for negotiation, and of course with Ukraine as the driving force inside this process. Let me finally touch upon a very important critical issue, which is the strategic communications. Russia is using an increasingly sophisticated whole range of hybrid tools, and we're witnessing this on a daily basis. This couldn't be considered as an overstatement if we say that NATO allies have been deterring Russia in the 5 operational domains quite effectively. At the same time, we are literally in a war with Russia in the Stratcom domain, which may not be recognized as an operational one, but it definitely requires more resources and serious attention. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is not only a conventional one. Russia is in a war with the democratic world and its fundamental values. The biggest threat for Russia doesn't come from the Western weapons and from the Western troop on the territory of the NATO allies. It comes from the freedom in all its forms and manifestations, guaranteed by democratic values such as the rule of law, protection of human rights, the free and independent media. Therefore, we need to boost our strategic communication to counter effectively the Russian disinformation and the state-controlled Russian narratives. We must not allow Russia to sow divisions in our democratic societies and re-establish spheres of influence. And as a last word, let me also refer to our partners from the strategically important Black Sea region and the Western Balkans. They're particularly vulnerable. Implementing reforms and meeting all of their commitments will further increase their resilience to Russia's malign activities, and it also allows us to provide them with the most needed political and practical support. Thank you very much, and I'll open also to your questions after the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Zakov. Because of the limited time of our session, we shall have opportunity to raise your questions after the panelists' presentations. That's why I shall continue with the second speaker, our panel. He's Mr. Mykola Tochiyski, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Popov, dear Dragomir. First of all, I would like to thank Bulgarian authorities to organize a second conference on security issue of Crimea. It's exactly called 10 years of first brutal invasion of Russia on Ukrainian soil. Let me remind you how it was happening. Illegal annexation of Crimea, Ukraine didn't react or didn't react properly. Russia continued. It was after that some region of Donetsk and Lugansk Republic. We, I mean, Ukraine didn't react properly. We started exactly 105 different Normandy process negotiations, and as a result, the full-scale invasion in February 2022. Let me remind our topic today. It's about unity and what we must do. My first message will be, let's fight united. Why? I will tell you why. First of all, you remember very well that from the 2014, Russia not only deprived us from the free trade from Azov Sea and Black Sea. Russia created a problem for the whole neighbor countries which are on the Black Sea. In 2024, Russia deprived 100 different countries from the food security, thanks to UN, Turkey. After that, after Russia withdrew from the Grain Initiative, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Ukraine, we organized another food corridors. Again, if we would like to restore the peace To restore the confidence to international law, we must be united and we should fight. Colleague, since February 2022, where Ukraine decided to fight, where Russia understood that this is not only Ukraine which will be on this position, and we became united, we created a lot of different initiatives, a lot of different coalitions, which demonstrated to aggressor that Ukraine are not alone. Since February 2022, we liberated 50% of our territory fighting. We destroyed 30% of Russian Black Sea fleet together. We created additional corridor and we provided hundreds of thousands tons of the cereal to the country which needed. My signal to all of us will be, if we will not react properly, if we will not fight, who will be the next? Ukraine are not alone, and we need to be together. For all of us, I just would like to propose and echo what it was already said by distinguished ministers of Bulgaria, of Ukraine, State Secretary of the United States. We will need to be first united and to fight. For that, of course, I would like to ask you to help us with many different initiatives. We will need additional air defense, long-range artillery shells. We will need a lot of different drone systems where we can not only stop aggressors, but to put the aggressor from the Ukrainian soil. Second, absolutely right, were pointed that we need to have a Black Sea NATO strategy. This is not about Ukraine. This is about to restore peace, security, and freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. We appreciate a lot the Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria initiative to demine the passages in the Black Sea. And this is a very concrete, very necessary, and very helpful initiative. It can be on a basis of the NATO Black Sea strategy in the future. Of course, we would like to ask EU to continue with the sanctions. Please look on the sanctions which have been adopted in 2014. I think we need to adjust. Sanctions work. Those who would like to tell you that sanctions doesn't work, they are not right. Sanctions work. And Russia must pay. The fourth, colleague, the situation where we are, I mean Ukraine and other alliance, is not just a regional problem. If you look on what's happened yesterday, or what can happen in a different region of so-called sleeping conflicts, it's just a Pandora box. We need to win this war. We need to win this war together. And, of course, we will need to build additional coalition, additional alliance, and additional strategy. That's why, President Zelensky proposed his 10 points of peace formula. This is not about Ukraine. This is about restore the confidence to the international law, restore the confidence to international organizations like UN, OSCE, and I can continue. It's about 38 different organizations. If we will not restore this confidence, we will have another geopolitical situation, which will suffer not only Ukraine from that, but the whole international community. Telling that, just I would like to finish with a small message to you. Colleagues, we need you. Without your help, it will be more than difficult to win this war. But in any case, we will fight. We know what to do and how to restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine. But better will be to fight with you. Colleagues, we are not tired to fight. And don't be tired to support us in our struggle for survival, freedom, and democracy. Don't be tired to restore the international order. Don't be tired to keep what it was built by our nations, to keep the peace, freedom, and democracy. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very important speech today. Now we shall hear a pre-recorded video addressed to us from Mr. Jan Borg, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Malta.
Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my appreciation for the invitation extended by our esteemed Bulgarian and Ukrainian colleagues to this event. Due to prior commitments, it has not been possible for me to be present with you in Sofia since I'm traveling. The changing geopolitical landscape necessitates more than ever that we work to safeguard and strengthen our neighborhood. Russia's illegal war of aggression on Ukraine has fundamentally challenged the rules-based world order on a functioning multilateral system, which is now being threatened on a daily basis. Malta continues to maintain its steadfast support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, as well as engaging in all initiatives to provide country assistance in its hour of need. Ukraine will also remain a top priority both during our OSCE chairmanship as well as during our term as an elected member on the UN Security Council. During our term on the Security Council, we have continuously endeavored to bring the needed attention to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, including the organization of a high-level debate on the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of the country last year. We will continue to ensure the sustainability of our solidarity efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine and its people, based on the principles of the UN Charter, which remains the only viable prospect to restore peace in the country, along with regional security and fostering resilience with countries bordering the EU, brings peace and prosperity not just to the surrounding countries, but also to the Union. In this regard, we continue to support the work done through the various regional and EU initiatives, including the Eastern Partnership, and we continue also to encourage further cooperation with and within the Black Sea region for a safe, prosperous, and connected region. We acknowledge the importance of Ukraine's grain exports as a means of protecting and promoting food security around the world. As such, we continue to regret Russia's decision to suspend its participation in the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Yet, despite this decision, Ukraine and the European Union have been able to work together to ensure that a significant portion of Ukraine's grain continues to reach international markets. In this regard, I would like to reiterate our support for actions which promote the security of vessels carrying Ukrainian grain that pass through international sea corridors. These vessels, many of which are performing a humanitarian function, are not to be a target of attacks. Ukrainian and other countries' vessels passing through Ukrainian territorial waters must have security and freedom of navigation. Our message in all fora should remain that these attacks undermine global food security and the very well-being of communities around the world. To this end, we fully support international efforts that both contribute and promote maritime security. I would like to reiterate that we fully support the aims of Ukraine's Grain from Ukraine program, including the focus on countries in Africa and Asia that are currently experiencing the effects of food insecurity. International solidarity in the face of such challenges is essential, and we are extremely grateful for the contribution that Ukraine has made in this respect. Finally, I wish to reiterate that Malta remains committed to implementing the sanctions packages which have been adopted thus far. However, in order also to ensure effective implementation of these sanctions, we underline the need for coordination with international partners, especially through the G7, to ensure that the sanctions are having the maximum effect on Russia. Dear colleagues, whilst wishing you a fruitful discussion during this conference, I look forward to continuing our engagement in the coming weeks in order to continue to work on ways to address the challenging geopolitical landscape in the Black Sea and beyond. Thank you.
Thanks to Minister of Malta. Now we continue from the stage again with the presentation of Mr. Angus Lapsley, Assistant Secretary General for Defense Policy and Planning of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm good, yep. Thank you very much, Professor, Ministers, distinguished guests. So I have 5 messages to bring from NATO this morning. The first is that NATO regards this region, the Black Sea region, as being at the epicenter of our strategic concerns. We think about Europe as a whole, we think about the Euro-Atlantic area as a whole, but nowhere is Russia trying harder to use coercive military power, political power, communications, as the ambassador said, to undermine the collective security of the Euro-Atlantic area and of Europe. So this is absolutely the region where we need to be on our guard and pushing back against Russia. And part of the reason we don't have a specific Black Sea strategy in NATO is that we already put the Black Sea and this region at the heart of our overall strategy. And it is absolutely crucial that we view what's happening here alongside what's happening in the Eastern Mediterranean, what's happening in the Baltic, what's happening in the High North. These things are all linked, and the Black Sea may be the most acute area at the moment, but we have to think about these areas as one. And it is crucial that the countries of the region cooperate together, and that's why I think it's brilliant that Bulgaria this year, Romania last year, have brought together not just your 2 countries, but Turkey, other key partners like Georgia and of course Ukraine, and those non-Black Sea countries who are also able and willing to project military power and influence into the region. Italy, which has stepped up to provide the framework nation for the battle group here in Bulgaria. Countries like the UK and France and the US who are projecting air assets into the region. So thank you, Bulgaria, for taking the lead in promoting that kind of cooperation. I think it's critical. I think the second message is the most urgent thing we can do right now is to support Ukraine with as much material support as possible. It remains very firmly the view in Ukraine, in NATO, that Russia cannot win this war of aggression. The combination of Ukrainian will to fight to protect its democracy, its independence as a country, the combination of that and the wealth and the military capability and the material that we have in the alliance means that ultimately Russia cannot win this war. Ukraine will prevail. But right now, we do need to step up, and the Vice Minister's already pointed out the critical areas, 155 and 152 millimeter artillery shells and air defense assets. Without those 2 capabilities, more Ukrainian soldiers are losing their lives than needs to be the case, and Ukrainian infrastructure is under more threat than needs to be the case. So right now, across the alliance, we need to step up and help. Now, countries are delighted to see Germany, for example, offering another Patriot battery this week. The UK is offering drones, but we all need to dig deep and look at what more we can do to help Ukraine. My third point is we also need to think about the longer-term relationship with Ukraine. The historic decisions that both the EU and NATO have taken to be absolutely clear that Ukraine's future is as full members of those two organizations, that sets the sense of direction for us. We know where we are going. We have to get there as quickly and as decisively as possible. And that's why in NATO at the moment we are looking at an initiative to provide a bigger role for NATO in terms of coordinating and supporting both the training of Ukrainian forces, but also supplying them with equipment and ammunition, etc. And the Supreme Allied Commander, General Chris Cavoli, is now doing the planning work for that initiative, and we hope that we will be able to make progress on it shortly. We have to keep that medium to long-term perspective in mind. My fourth point is that NATO is changing profoundly at the moment. What it's doing is it's gone back to its traditional focus on collective defense and making sure that we can deter any threat to the alliance, whether it comes from Russia, whether it comes from terrorist groups, and that we can not only deter it, but defeat it if we have to. And in that respect, we're in a very different NATO already from the one we saw 2 or 3 years ago. So we have a battle group now here in Bulgaria, led by Italy, as I said, which can be scaled up to a brigade at short notice. We have air policing in Romania. We have an integrated air and missile defense initiative being developed. And most importantly, we now have a set of strategic plans which include a plan for Southeast Europe, run by the headquarters in Naples, run by an American admiral, Admiral Munch. And we now know exactly how we will defend and deter here in this part of Europe. Now, we need to back that up with capabilities. We need to back that up with spending. And that's why it's so important that countries like Bulgaria are now spending 2% of GDP on defense. But my honest message is we're all going to have to go further than that. And that's why at the Vilnius summit, we agreed that 2% was now a floor. It's never been a ceiling, but it's now a floor, and many allies will have to go further than that in spending. But having the capabilities and the plans and the organization for collective defense is absolutely critical. My fifth and final point this morning would be that we have to recognize that these challenges are long-term challenges. This is not a flash in the pan. The Russia we face today is likely to remain deeply hostile to our interests, set on trying to overturn the security order in Europe for the foreseeable future. So we face a generational challenge to rebuild our armed forces, to make sure that the political unity that the Vice Minister was talking about is absolutely firm, to make sure that we fully integrate Ukraine into NATO and into the European Union. That is a generational challenge. We will be doing it in 10 years' time. We'll probably still be doing it in 20 years' time. So act now, but think long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lapsley. Very informative and very instructive presentation indeed. Now we shall have again a pre-recorded video address to us from Mr. Tobias Billström, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Sweden.
Over 10 years ago, Russia illegally annexed Crimea and began its aggression in eastern Ukraine. Over 2 years ago, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which continues to cause immense suffering for countless Ukrainians. Russia's actions not only violate Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also threaten our common security. This is evident in the Black Sea region, where Russia's warfare against Ukraine has clear implications for other Black Sea states. Russia's attacks against Ukrainian ports, ships, and grain storage facilities, as well as its prevention of freedom of navigation, have economic consequences and continue to destabilize global food markets. While challenges remain, the Black Sea is an example of what Ukraine can achieve with support from its allies. Firstly, Ukraine has impressively managed to bring about the Russia's navy's retreat in the Black Sea. Secondly, Ukraine has found new export routes after Russia pulled out of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Ukrainian grain exports have nearly recovered to pre-invasion levels, by far surpassing the exports under the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This, together with the continued exports to the EU, is fundamental to sustain the Ukrainian economy. Ukraine's exports also contribute to lower prices and increased stability in global markets, a welcome development at a time when global food insecurity is at record levels. Sweden is proud to have contributed nearly $60 million to the World Food Programme to further facilitate exports, including through the Grain from Ukraine initiative. To sustain these successes, our support must continue. We need to think creatively about how to scale up support to Ukraine, and I would like to thank Ukraine and Bulgaria for hosting this conference. Support to Ukraine is Sweden's top foreign policy priority for the coming years, and as a member of the International Crimea Platform and an active participant in Ukraine's peace formula, I would like to stress that the full restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity, including Crimea, in line with Ukraine's peace formula, is key for a just and lasting peace in accordance with international law. Sweden will continue to support Ukraine to win the war and re-establish its territorial integrity. And let me finish by reiterating that Krym – це Ukraina.
Thank you, Minister Billström, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, the new member of NATO. The next speaker is Mrs. Anna Cristina Tinka. She is the State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania. Please, Mrs. Tinka, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Popov, distinguished ministers, distinguished participants. It's a great pleasure for me to represent the Romanian MFA in this second edition of the Black Sea Security Conference under the Crimea platform, especially since my country has the privilege of hosting the first edition last year. We are very grateful to our Bulgarian friends and allies for hosting this event and thus continuing a tradition of addressing Black Sea security under this larger framework together with like-minded partners from all over the world. Since our last meeting, unfortunately, the security situation in the Black Sea region has not improved, on the contrary. Since 2014, but more aggressively for 2 years now, the Black Sea region experiences the threat of the Russia war of aggression against Ukraine. This war is taking innocent lives, is destroying Ukraine, homes, entire cities, civilian infrastructures, and creating huge risks for nuclear plants, endangering thus our entire area and creating dangers also for the wider region. The threats are therefore increasing with every day of the war, and as neighbors we feel it directly. Mines continue to endanger navigation, and a few days ago a new mine was discovered in a Romanian port at the Danube. Fragments of Russian drones are falling into our territory. Most recently, one has fallen 23 kilometers inside Romania, and missiles are flown over the NATO territory as it happened in Poland. In the meantime, Russian authorities continue to spread hostile and false rhetoric, despite the fact that Russia alone is responsible for all these destructions and for killing innocent people. Hybrid activities undermine the security of all Ukraine neighbors, and the Republic of Moldova is especially targeted by such attacks. But I want to say that in spite of this very difficult situation, we remain strong and we remain firmly committed to the moral and legal norms and principles. Romania and the Romanian people have stood by Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we continue to provide both political support and concrete assistance in all areas. As a neighboring countries, one of our main priorities is to invest in the cross-border infrastructure, which is extremely important for facilitating Ukrainian exports and providing the Ukrainian economy with an essential source of income. Since the beginning of the war, more than 36 million tons of Ukrainian grains have passed through the Romanian territory, and if we count other agricultural products, of course, the figure is bigger. We also participate actively in all efforts meant to ensure full accountability for the crimes committed in Ukraine and against Ukraine, and we support wholeheartedly Ukraine's European integration, its integration into the EU, as well as its Euro-Atlantic aspirations. As member of these two organizations, we participate actively in everything that NATO and EU do to support Ukraine, and I'm sure that we'll speak about this support more in depth, but I just want to say that as we prepare for the anniversary NATO summit in Washington, we will be working closely together with other allies in order to find ways to better use our expertise and our resources in order to address Ukraine's most pressing needs. In the region as well, in the larger NATO framework, regional allies, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey, have also significantly increased their cooperation among themselves and in support of Ukraine. We are training together, we are exercising together, and we will start soon addressing together the challenge posed by drifting mines in our waters. But to get back to where I started, I think that what makes formats like today special and very relevant is that by the large presence in the room, we can clearly see that support for Ukraine goes much beyond Europe and Euro-Atlantic area. And this gives us confidence that peace, justice, and security will prevail, and Ukraine will get all the concrete assistance and all the political support it needs. And since we will address the military and the concrete assistance maybe more in the second panel of this meeting, let me talk briefly about this political support and what we think it should include. It should include a permanent call on Russia to end this war and withdraw its military forces. It should also include a firm support for the peace formula proposed by President Zelensky, because this is the only framework for a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace, as it is based on the fundamental principle of international law and the UN Charter. And let us make no mistake, what's happening in the Black Sea region currently, it's definitely a battle over Ukraine, but it's also a battle over values. And the war will significantly shape the world in which we all will live, no matter our geography. And I'm afraid there are only two choices. A world in which we will live under the threat of military aggression from a bigger, stronger neighbor and under nuclear blackmail, or a world in which international recognized borders and territorial sovereignty of countries will be red lines nobody crosses. For my country, the choice is clear, and so is for Ukraine, and we are, of course, looking forward to working closely together with all of you to restore a reality in which the Black Sea region will be able to fulfill its true potential as an area of stability, of prosperity, of connectivity, to which a free Ukraine is a vital part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Lasha Dersaliev, First Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Georgia. Mr. Dersaliev, you have the floor. Switch on the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please try again.
I think, yes, it's working. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, first of all, let me use this opportunity and express our appreciation to the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Ministries of Defense of Bulgaria and Ukraine for organizing this event and for invitation. It is my honor to participate in the second iteration of the Black Sea Security Conference of the International Crimea Platform. Last year, at the inaugural conference in Bucharest, we have discussed the strategic importance of the Black Sea region and threats and challenges derived from the ongoing Russian aggression against Ukraine. Unfortunately, a year on, the Black Sea remains contested and at the heart of the confrontation. Far-stretched global and regional implications of the ongoing aggression against Ukraine once again underline that the Black Sea security directly impacts the peace, stability, and the economic development of the wider Euro-Atlantic area. It is without a question, the European security cannot be complete without Black Sea security. Russia's objective is to realign international order to its preferred design by imposing new dividing lines in Europe and securing the area of exclusive, so-called exclusive domination in the Black Sea. It is imperative that we address challenges in the Black Sea with a coordinated and comprehensive strategy, recognizing the interconnectedness of security dynamics within the region and beyond. To this end, Europe's and the United States' resolve and coherence is critical. Today, this is a well-acknowledged fact, but this has not always been seen this way, especially not in the turning point back in 2008. The cascading spiral, the results of which we suffer today, started with the Russia's invasion of Georgia in 2008, along with the occupation and militarization of our regions. Regrettably, all threats towards Black Sea security have been materialized into reality, and we must confront this reality with unwavering resolve. The time is now to come together and take action. We are all well aware that major decisions to the security of the Black Sea will be taken once the war is over. But at the same time, there are some issues that can be tackled even today. In this context, let me use this opportunity to underline Georgia's readiness and our support to President Zelensky's peace formula. The Black Sea is not merely a troubled water, it is a region of immense potential and serves as a vital conduit for trade, energy, and connectivity. Today, the Black Sea plays a crucial role in enhancing Europe's alternative transit and energy routes that bolsters mutual resilience. In this regard, the Middle Corridor and flagship projects such as the Black Sea submarine electricity cable and the fiber optic cable from Georgia to Romania offer effective solutions to ensuring energy independence and security of Europe. NATO and the European Union's more active engagement is necessary as it is the only viable long-term solution to the problems in the Black Sea. Both have the means and capacity to provide security, stability, and prosperity in the region. We must remain vigilant and think ahead to maintain strategic edge. The post-Cold War security architecture is undermined, including arms control regimes and confidence-building measures in the Black Sea region. Only cooperative security measures are now ineffective. Once the war ends, it is crucial that new security architecture in the region reflects the new realities and needs of the regional countries with our partners' active engagement. Most importantly, no third party should ever be able to veto the right of the sovereign countries to choose their security arrangements, foreign policy objectives, and shape their own future. The aspirations of the countries seeking to join NATO and the European Union should be embraced. The process of integration should be merit-based and in compliance with the long-term strategic goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dersaliev. And now, The floor is for Mr. Basat Yozturk, who is the Director General for International Security Affairs of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey and former Ambassador of Turkey in NATO. Please, you have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, I should like to thank our co-hosts, Bulgaria and Ukraine. And also I thank my friend Dragomir Zakov, Ambassador, my colleague, friend, Minister. So he's a distinguished colleague. We have worked together, as he said, during very difficult times in NATO. And I will start by saying that we support the territorial integrity and political unity of Ukraine, including Crimea, from the outset. Even Turkey has started supporting Ukraine before the war started. And even long before the war started, unlike many other allies who were hesitating to support Ukraine. So our support to Ukraine is clear, and it will continue. As long as it is required, it is needed. But when it comes to the Black Sea, we have to be really realistic in terms of its characteristics. First of all, Black Sea is an enclosed sea. It's also hydrographic, geopolitical, geostrategic characteristics are peculiar, sui generis. It's unlike other seas and oceans of the world. Yes, it is connected to the world oceans through Istanbul and Çanakkale Straits, and to some extent through the Danube to Europe, but the world oceans are connected to the Black Sea through the Turkish Straits, as you know. And this is why the peculiarity and special circumstances of the Black Sea required a special regulation for the passage of vessels of war. And since 1936, we have this Montreux Convention, which has prevailed for such a long time. And it has prevailed so long that it survived the Second World War. It survived so many other wars and conflicts. It even worked during the war in Ukraine. And Turkey, by activating the relevant provision of Montreux Convention, has banned the vessels of war, including of Russia, to come to the Black Sea. So this is a very important decision, and it has made strategic impact on the consequences of the war. But the other important thing about regional Black Sea understanding is also enshrined in NATO's strategic concept and NATO's Vilnius Summit communique. So I've heard calls for a NATO strategy for the Black Sea. But in fact, together with Ambassador Zakov, we were in Madrid, and in the Madrid, in fact, strategic concept, we have identified the Black Sea as one of those regions of strategic importance. But it's one of those regions of strategic importance. It's not the only one, understandably, especially when, from the point of view of Turkey, when you look at those things from Turkey's position, which is the southeastern flank of the alliance, we have also Eastern Mediterranean. We have also neighbors like Syria, Iraq, Iran. And we have to also think about the south and other areas of strategic importance, including the Arctic, Baltic, North Atlantic, Indo-Pacific, and you name it, so many. So the security of all those regions are interlinked with each other. So we have to be consistent and credible when making appeals for a strategy. Paragraph 79 of Vilnius Communique has in fact defined the strategy for the Black Sea. It is to support allied regional efforts aimed at upholding security, safety, stability, freedom of navigation, also through the Montreux Convention. So our mandate has been defined. Now we are working together with Bulgaria, Romania, to operationalize this concept. And in fact, the Mine Countermeasure Black Sea Task Group is one of a concrete example. And I have to give the good news that the ratification process in Turkey has also been completed. Now we are at the stage of operationalizing and activating the task group. And we are going to work together for this end. And we also continue to work with Ukraine. We are supporting Ukraine in many other ways without advertising too much. However, it is not sometimes being appreciated and understood by all. And even we were excluded from many European Union projects, for example, joint procurement of munitions, or even for the reconstruction of Ukraine, Turkey has been excluded from EU initiatives and projects. So we talk about unity. How can we achieve unity if one ally is being excluded by EU allies, who are in fact also our NATO allies? So the same allies who are treating us as allies in NATO cannot treat us differently in the EU. In the coming days, there will be important EU foreign ministerial meeting. I hope that this time the belated decisions will be taken and we will have a new chapter in our relations. But in the context of also other points which I have to raise very briefly because I know the time constraint, I have to mention also the consistency of our countries vis-à-vis other things happening in the world. So we are not talking about what is happening in Gaza, for example. The number of civilians killed in Gaza are far more than those civilians killed in Ukraine in more than 2.5 years. Just in 5-6 months, the number of civilians, including children and women, killed in Gaza are far more than those killed in Ukraine. We cannot close our eyes to this tragedy. We have to be consistent because if we would like to have more support for Ukraine from the South, from the global South, we have to be consistent also in this way. For example, I heard Ukraine is asking for air missile defense batteries, intercepting missiles, incoming missiles, right? So we have seen where those batteries are used now because they have intercepted successfully almost all the incoming missiles and drones from Iran, as you might have also watched. So where are those patriots? I don't know. So maybe in somewhere in Europe, somewhere in the Middle East, somewhere in the Far East, we will help you to locate because we are also in need of these air missile defense batteries ourselves. There is only one Spanish Patriot battery in Turkey. Despite all these threats and risks around us, there is not another air missile defense system. We are trying to develop our indigenous systems, but we are also being sanctioned by some EU allies. Still today, I'm not going to mention them, they know themselves so well, but this cannot continue because it's also Article 30 of Vilnius Summit Communique requires the elimination of all obstacles on defense trade among allies. So as we are approaching the Washington Summit, we must make sure that there is a genuine unity because this is the center of gravity of NATO alliance. Without having a genuine unity, if some allies are sanctioning other allies, if some allies are restricting others, treating them or mistreating them in other fora, we cannot achieve genuine unity. And in this context, we have to remember what has happened in Syria and what were the reactions of the alliance. What has happened in Libya and what were the reactions of NATO alliance. So these are known and followed by everybody in the world. So I hope this forum will provide us an opportunity to think better how to make ourselves more successful next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Stuk. Very interesting point for discussion indeed. Now I shall give the floor for the interventions from the audience, and there is a list with the names here, and I shall start with Mr. Tobias Lindner, Minister of State, the Federal Foreign Office of the Federal Republic of Germany. Is Mr. Lindner here? Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Please.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, dear friends. I feel honored to participate second time now at that important conference. But if we are honest, it's a sad occasion because the reason that such a conference is necessary is due to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And last year, we all agreed that this war must come to an end. And unfortunately, 1 year later, Russia shows no signs of backing down. And to the contrary, it has set up aggressive rhetoric against Ukraine in the West, set up a war economy, drastically increased defense spending, and most recently, resorts to targeted attacks on the energy infrastructure. In Ukraine, Russia wages a war of attrition, both at the front line and against civil infrastructure, and thus hitting the population. And Russia wants us to believe that resistance is futile due to the masses of Russian men and equipment thrown onto the battlefield. And I can only echo what my Ukrainian colleague just emphasized. In these days, ammunition and air defense is key. It's a necessity, and as you know, Germany has just announced to deploy immediately a third Patriot system to Ukraine because it saves lives day by day, and we invite others, we invite our European partners to step up and to join forces with respect to air defense. During the last 2 years, Ukrainians have proven their resilience and their ability to win back territory, and the European Union and Western determination to stand together and to support Ukraine politically, economically, and militarily, and it's unprecedented. And we have to bear in mind together, we are economically much stronger than Russia, and our military production is just gaining momentum. 1 year ago, we all agreed that we are determined to support Ukraine for as long as it takes in its self-defense against Russia's aggression, as a precondition for stability and peace here in the Black Sea region. And indeed, my country has made available military aid worth around 28 billion euros, and the same applies to our Bulgarian hosts and our partners in the European Union and in NATO. We have strongly contributed since the beginning of this war. At the same time, there is no reason for us to rest on our laurels. To safeguard important Ukrainian successes in the Black Sea that have enabled a safe passage for grain exports, to strengthen Ukrainian defense capabilities, we have to double down our military support for Ukraine, because it's paramount for the stability in the Black Sea region at large. We all know that Russia's dominance in this region since 2014 has disrupted EU approaches to cooperation and good neighborly relations in the Black Sea. We need to eliminate any security gray zones of the past and to be able to focus on a positive agenda that puts economic cooperation, energy security, and environmental protection first. And after all, and this is also about defending European security in this region, since the first conference last year, the Black Sea has become even more European. EU accession negotiations have been opened with Moldova and with Ukraine. Georgia now holds candidate status. So, my friends, please let me be clear. EU member states cannot accept a deterioration of European security in the Black Sea caused by Russian imperialism, all the more as Russia shows no interest in sustainable peace. We do not accept Russia's view at the Black Sea region as its imperial backyard, and this also applies to the Southern Caucasus and in particular to Georgia, where 20% of its territory and more than 50% of the Black Sea shore have been under effective Russian control for more than 15 years now. To conclude, there is no doubt that since 2014, Russia has shifted the security balance in the Black Sea in its favor by annexing Crimea and taking control of the Sea of Azov. Russia needs to be pushed back in the interest of European security. In practice, this implies support to Ukraine against Russia's aggression, most and foremost air defense, but it also means strengthening European member states like Romania and Bulgaria and joining them in their efforts to fend off Russian expansionism and to protect their economic activities. And finally, let me also emphasize that we value the Republic of Turkey as a NATO ally, as a vital partner in this endeavor through its diplomatic ties with Russia and other Black Sea neighbors. At the same time, we must better use new initiatives supporting connectivity, such as the Global Gateway initiative, to show viable alternatives to infrastructure initiatives of other countries in the Black Sea, so to create win-win opportunities for the European Union and partner countries. I look forward to discussing these questions with you. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Lindman, for your intervention. Now, Mr. Besat Kadia, who is the Deputy Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Albania. Please,
Thank you.
Jan.
Can you hear me? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to emphasize that we all share common values, and given that we are in this historical building, I would like to mention just a few points on our perspective from Albania. We'd like to emphasize our unwavering support for Ukraine, and this was shown by the latest summit held in Tirana for Southeastern European countries, and our endeavor to increase support for Ukraine in practical terms. Now, the aggression committed by Russia is much more than an attack on Ukraine. It is an attack on the rules-based international order, which is enshrined in the core provisions of the Charter of the United Nations. Ensuring accountability for the crime of aggression committed against Ukraine would signal that waging blatantly unlawful and colonizing wars should not go unpunished, whether in Ukraine or elsewhere. Russia's attempt to dominate the Black Sea have inadvertently encouraged the region's gradual integration to the Western political and security ecosystem. In response to Russia's actions, countries in the region have sought integration into the EU, NATO, and have also sought to bolster US and NATO presence in their territories. Therefore, for Russia, the Black Sea is a stepping stone in the other regions, not least the Western Balkans and the Eastern Mediterranean. So, to counter Russia's revisionism, the EU and NATO must keep the accession prospect fresh and credible to non-member states in these regions. The Black Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean illustrate how European security and neighborhood security are intertwined. Russia's Black Sea region presence, however, is not limited in the military forces and infrastructure. It also relies on broad gray zone tactics, including disinformation, energy resources manipulation, and strategic corruption, to further its interests without directly provoking other states or the NATO itself. Such tactics are designed to pull states further into Russia's orbit without taking public or provocative steps necessitating retaliation. Russian disinformation campaigns are targeted to undermine support for NATO, often describing it as a US puppet organization driving the region towards conflict, downplay Russia's responsibility for its invasion of Ukraine by painting itself as a victim, and to undermine popular civil movements by depicting them as US-backed uprisings. Now, coming from a region which has its own sensitivities, we know that Russia has stepped up its efforts in terms of destabilizing influence by third actors in the Western Balkans, using hybrid tactics and also elements of common history and religion, with the ultimate strategic goal of blocking reforms and derailing Euro-Atlantic international efforts. We firmly believe that the support for Ukraine to win the war should go hand in hand with peace efforts. In this context, the peace formula proposed by Ukraine is a very good basis on which the international community should work together. In conclusion, we strongly hold that our support for Ukraine must endure, and I wish to reiterate Albania's stance for unwavering commitment to Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kadian. Now for intervention, Mr. Jan Marian, who is the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Marian, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we've heard already so much from Mikola, from Engels and others on the need to continue supporting Ukraine, and we know that Ukraine needs these days shells, electronic warfare systems, air defense. So this is something that we are working on in Czechia, and other allies such as Estonia continue to do this. Thank you very much for having us here. I think this is very much in line with other efforts, Crimean platform which we hosted in Prague, the peace formula of President Zelensky, and we are just now having the working group 1 of the peace formula in Prague today. So you know our historic experience with Russia, not only 1968 but also explosion in Verbětice and other things. So this is why we need, and we know why we support Ukraine. This is about your security but also about our security. Crimea, as we know, is Ukraine. I'd like to highlight the need and the situation in human rights of Crimean Tatars, but others. So we need to stress that Russia is violating the UN Charter, and we need to support Ukrainian territorial integrity. This is why we need to continue to raise these issues also in the UN, and Russia should respect the commitments and obligations under international law and also under international maritime law, especially in the Sea of Azov. As Mykola said, we have seen many successes by the Ukrainian armed forces. So we have seen successful military operations and partial resumption of international trade through the Black Sea, which is really welcome. And it's good to say that within the grain initiative, one of the first grain exports was linked to a Czech company production in Ukraine. So we know how important Ukraine is for the global food security, and this is something that's being also stressed within the peace formula process. And I'd like to highlight the efforts of Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey in this regard, in this cooperation. Also, which is very important, the new countermine naval group, and so congratulations for this. And as Mykola and others said, we need to have a strategy within NATO for the Black Sea, as we have already for the Baltic Sea. Maybe this is one of the issues that might be discussed during the informal NATO ministerial to be held in Prague end of May. Finally, NATO has increased the presence in the region, including the new two battle groups in Bulgaria, Romania. We need to strengthen the forward defenses in the eastern flank, air surveillance, and of course we have deployed additional F-16s to bolster NATO air policing in Romania. So we need to continue supporting Ukraine, and as Mykola mentioned, we need to develop our sanctions further against Russia and also Belarus. In this regard, I'd like to highlight our initiative to limit the travel of Russian diplomats within the Schengen area. So many thanks for having us, and looking forward to the discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Now, for the next intervention, Mr. Sergei Mikhov, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here in Sofia and to represent my country at this second edition of the International Black Sea Security Conference, which takes place under the auspices of the Crimea platform. This is a very important event, of course, in terms of security and development for the entire Black Sea region. Unfortunately, like the first edition, this one takes place in the situation of a continuous massive war on the European continent, the biggest one since the Second World War. So Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, which we have condemned in the strongest possible terms, threatens the security of every Black Sea state in the region as a whole. So at the same time, the war caused enormous damage on the global food security, international economic stability, and availability of international legal frameworks. It is mainly thanks to the bravery of Ukrainian men and women that the darkest scenarios were avoided. The Republic of Moldova has been showing its solidarity from day one, sheltering thousands of refugees, providing humanitarian aid, and helping with transit of Ukrainian goods, and offering all political and diplomatic support. Today we continue to host almost 117,000 Ukrainian seeking refuge. Almost a year ago, on March 1st, we launched temporary protection mechanism, which was extended until next year. Over 62,000 Ukrainians applied, and almost 43,000 received identity documents under the temporary protection mechanism. Moldova is also actively working with Ukraine, Romania, and the European Union, facilitating transit of goods from and in Ukraine. Only in 2023, more than 1 million tons of goods, mostly cereals, transited Moldova to the European Union. Dear colleagues, the future of the European security and of the Black Sea region is decided on the battlefield of Ukraine. So the Russian aggression is indeed against Ukraine is indeed continuing, and so far we see no end in sight for this brutal war. It has the impact of the entire, as I said, Black Sea region, and my country, being direct neighbor to Ukraine, feels the effects in many areas, such as security, information space, and increasingly in our economy. Given the upcoming presidential elections later this year, we expect increased hybrid campaigns against authorities in Chisinau. Today remains uncertain how the conflict in Ukraine will end, but for sure its consequences will have long-term effects on regional security. The main priority now is our ability to respond. Ukraine must be helped as much as possible to preserve its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Russia must stop its attacks and stop violating international law. In this regard, we express our full support for launching the work of the Council of Europe's register of damages and support further efforts towards accountability. Furthermore, we support the efforts of the international community to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, to make Russia accountable for all crimes and for all violations committed in Ukraine. Equally, a reconstruction plan, of course, for Ukraine should be put in place. To be truly sustainable, and as it was already mentioned by previous speakers, the future solution should be based on the peace formula proposed by President Zelensky. This comprehensive approach includes all the elements which need to be taken into account to achieve a just and durable peace. And the Republic of Moldova is ready, of course, to contribute to the ongoing discussions. In the last years, the region has become a central area in the strategic competition between Russia and the West, being a strategically important due to its geographical position. At the same time, the Black Sea region is a vital corridor for the movement of goods, including Ukrainian grain and other products bound to the old markets, and hosts significant, of course, untapped energy resources. The war indicated that the Black Sea region should be considered not separately, but as a part of the whole European security system. The best secure future of the Black Sea region in our vision is based on democratic principles and the rule of international law. We will do everything that we can, of course, to help achieve that. We should make sure that the war will never return as a tool to solve ambitions, domestic problems, and foreign political aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, for the next intervention, Monsieur Michael Roux, Ambassador for the Eastern Partnership and Black Sea, the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of the French Republic. Please. Yes, you have.
Thank you.
S'il vous plaît.
Thank you for the organization of this very interesting conference. I would like to introduce myself and to remind that this position was created in France in the end of September, and which demonstrate the interest France has in its region. After all these speeches, I will try not to repeat what was said and be a bit more specific. First, remind that this war of aggression we're speaking of has started long ago with the annexation of Crimea and the ignition of the separatism in the Donbass before the full-scale invasion of February 2022. And Mr. Deputy Minister of Georgia reminded appropriately that the war started also in 2008. So all this has highlighted the importance and strategic role of the Black Sea for the security of the European Union and for the energy security of Europe and of the countries of the Black Sea, of the food security of many countries, and also it underlined the possible role of bridge of the Black Sea between Europe and Asia. Another point in the context is that this war has also changed our countries. It has changed the Black Sea, but also the NATO and the EU, because it gave rise to a new dynamics of enlargement of the EU as well as of NATO. And it has revitalized the construction of a real European defense industry that France had been advocating for a long time, what we call the Versailles Agenda. So we are working on a French strategy for the Black Sea because we think our interest is at stake, even if France is one of the member states far away from the Black Sea. The long-term objective is to return the region today a place of confrontation to an area of peace, stability, and as much as possible of confrontation. Mr. Lapsey reminded that maybe in the long run it will be difficult to have a cooperation, but still we will have to hope for that. And within the framework of international law, that is the respect of the integrity of the bordering state and of their sovereignties. So we are still working on that. I can share the main action we see in 4 points. The first point is the support to Ukraine at war and to our NATO allies in the Black Sea. The primary goal remains to thwart Russian plans to invade Ukraine and thus to oppose Russian imperialism within Europe and to oppose also this excessively dangerous vision of a world ruled by force rather than by law. I think that the Pandora box must be closed while it's still time to do so. Another point is that, sorry, merci. That the context has changed since the last Black Sea conference of April. Russia is intensifying its strikes on Ukraine, particularly against the civilian infrastructures, to plunge Ukrainians in harsh living conditions and to try to undermining the resilience of the Ukrainian population. But the courage and resilience of both Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian population command admiration and respect. I wanted to underline that. Also, it was mentioned that Ukraine, without a conventional fleet, managed to push back the Russian fleet, which is unique, I think, in military history and new per se. But Russia took also advantage of the year 2020 to make a front line very difficult to cross, and which is the difference with the previous conference. But Russia is wrong if it relies on the fatigue of the Ukrainians and their supporters, because of collective determination is still stronger than ever. And it was the point of the surge the President Emmanuel Macron called for with the meetings of the 26th of February and the meetings of the 7th of March, where new coalitions were made and decisions made also on the Czech initiative. So we continue our military support to Ukraine, humanitarian support to Ukraine, civil and financial support. And a very important point is to support the capacity of Ukraine to export. I'm just back from a trip where I visited the ports of Reni, Ismail, Odessa, and Mykolaiv, which is stalled because it's blocked still by the Russian army, but it's very impressive to see how the Ukrainian operators are still working, are still investing, are moving their activity from one port to another one and back, and that this new road is functioning and exporting much more than what exported before under the Black Sea initiative. But still, we can see that more equipment for air defense is required. For NATO allies in the Black Sea, which are among the most exposed, France plans to strengthen its participation in the reassurance measure in Romania, with its military presence being scaled up to a brigade level, as well as in Bulgaria. I'm happy to hear that the memorandum for mine clearance is signed, so France has some means and is ready to participate. I understood it's possible with the agreements of the signing parties, so we are ready to participate. The second point is the support to the ongoing enlargement. France supports the enlargement of the EU to Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, and we are working a lot on the promotion of the reforms linked to that. I won't go in detail. France is also supporting the vocation of Ukraine to join the NATO, which was reaffirmed by the latest alliance summits, and in favor of the deepening of the NATO partnership with Ukraine. The third point is the work and engagement with Turkey. A strategy in the Black Sea must take into account the positioning of Turkey, which is a central player in the region, a member of NATO, which has very close ties with the EU, which is an essential link in the middle corridor, and also in the access to the Black Sea through the Straits and the Montreux Convention. In line with the positive agenda proposed by the EU, France wishes to strengthen possible cooperation and to work on peace in the Black Sea. For sure, we assume Turkey could play a very determining role in support of Ukraine, in cooperation on the application of the European sanctions, and also it could contribute also definitely to peace in South Caucasus, which is essential for the prosperity of the region. The fourth point is the participation in connectivity project and energy security. For sure, we will work on the energy transition on the zone, and we are working also with the platforms built on the middle corridor. And as it was mentioned by State Secretary Blinken, this will help and demonstrate that peace and democracy can serve the prosperity of the region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. And the last intervention for our session is for Mrs. Audrone Perkauskaine. I apologize how I pronounce your name. Yeah, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for giving this opportunity to say a few words on behalf of the High Representative of the European Union. The war of Russia's aggression against Ukraine was indeed a game changer. It fundamentally undermined international rules-based order, also European security and regional security. It added to many challenges and threats the Black Sea region was already facing, even before the aggression. And Moscow will not stop. Russia's confrontation with the West is long-lasting, and it is not limited to Ukraine. Therefore, our strong unity is crucial. Mindful about the time, I will limit myself to 3 points. First, in the EU, we are finalizing security commitments to Ukraine, and they will be broad. They will include military assistance and training, defense industry, security strategy reform, fighting hybrid threats, fighting cyber, demining, and few other areas. Wider commitments are financial, reconstruction, and trade support, also sanctions, including sanctions circumvention, accountability, and of course, European integration path of Ukraine and related reforms. Second point is we, European Union, fully support Ukraine peace formula. We think that it is the best basis for just and lasting peace, based on Ukraine sovereignty, integration, territorial integrity, and also in line with the UN Charter. And finally, the European Union and its member states provide unprecedented support to Ukraine. To the date, its assistance is almost 100 billion euros. And the EU will support Ukraine for as long as needed and as intensively as needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is open for the audience. If you have any questions and very short presentation, please, you have the floor. There is, who is responsible for the microphone? Yeah, there is, just behind you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Alexander Hara, I'm fellow of the Center of Defense Strategies from Kiev, and I've got two questions, if I may. The first to the Turkish representative. Ukraine highly appreciates the Turkish support of our sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we have a huge cooperation, economic and in defense industry and so on. But there are some irritating issues that we would like to sort out. And first and foremost, Turkish companies are violating embargo, European oil embargo on Russia and receiving Russian oil to their ports. And they are receiving looted Ukrainian grain. So what can we do? How we can communicate to the Turkish government that it enforces at least the ban on those illegal activities of the Russians? And the second question to the Assistant Secretary General. As you said that there is no reason to have the Black Sea strategy for NATO. And we've seen since 2014 that NATO rushed in to support the Baltic nations and Poland, which was absolutely the right thing to do. But the Black Sea was neglected. And the reason why Russia is so aggressive, not just in Ukraine, but beyond, I mean, the campaign in Syria and the Middle East and so on and so on. So if there is no reason for the separate strategy for the Black Sea, when we can see non-Black Sea nations warships patrolling sea lines of communication in the Black Sea, where we will see the air component, air policing, well, when we can see the more active actions of the NATO nations to support Romania, Bulgaria, and certainly Ukraine in beefing up defense, coastal defenses, air defense, anti-missile defense, and so on, with the aim to deter Russia further aggression. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ambassador Stewart, probably, yeah? You have to react to, yes? The microphone.
Thank you. It's working now. I'll be brief to answer these questions. The first one, Turkey's support to Ukraine is clear, but also we are not implementing unilateral sanctions of the European Union and United States, but we are not also allowing Russia to bypass them. So those who know very well, the specific critical items are not allowed to pass to Russia. So Turkish companies are not in a position to violate these sanctions while we import the oil and gas from Russia for our own needs. We are not re-exporting them, for example, by processing in our oil refineries like India. Turkey does not have the largest oil tanker crude carriers in the world. There are other countries who are operating freely and buying Russian oil, processing them, let's say, in India and re-exporting them to European Union. Or there are other countries, including Armenia or other countries in Asia or in the Gulf, who are exporting so much to Russia. So instead of focusing on Turkey on those matters, it's much better to focus on those countries who are really bypassing the sanctions, unlike Turkey. So this is very important. So for the second question, even before ASG DPP answers, I have to say that now the NATO strategy requires allied regional efforts in the first priority and rank. So NATO is going to support to make contributions to our allied regional efforts. So this is a strategy, and I hope he will also confirm and elaborate on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mr. Lapsi, yeah, please. Yeah. These microphones.
Hello. There we go. So NATO absolutely needs a strategic approach to the Black Sea. My point is that we have one. It's wrapped up in our strategic concept. It's wrapped up in our military strategic plans for the alliance as a whole, which include a Southeastern Europe plan. And it's that coherence between our approach to the Black Sea and the rest of the alliance that really matters. NATO, of course, is already active in the Black Sea. We do have air policing in Romania. We are providing support to Ukraine. It's very clear, and it's a decision taken by all allies, that NATO is not a party to the conflict and not a party to the war in Ukraine, but we provide non-lethal support. And as I said earlier, we are looking at how NATO can get more involved in the long-term support of training and military equipment for Ukraine. On the Montreux Convention has rules, and those rules are being applied by Turkey, as is Turkey's responsibility. And I think we feel that on balance, that has been a good thing for the strategic balance in the Black Sea. But of course, NATO air forces do operate over the Black Sea. NATO land forces have been operating and exercising in the region. So I think, to be honest, I would push back a bit on this sort of idea that NATO is not here in the Black Sea region. We absolutely are.
Please, yeah.
Professor of the International Black Sea University in Tbilisi, Georgia. With your permission, I have the question. First of all, thank you very much, of course, so interesting presentations. And with your permission, I have comment and question about the Russian economy, that despite the fact that it have been introduced as a different type of sanctions against Russia, more than 12 package of sanctions by EU, in 2023, the GDP of Russia increased by 3.6%. It's despite the fact that we know that income from the oil and gas export of Russia has been significantly decreased. And what are the main reasons of the increasing of Russian GDP? And by this GDP and increasing the income, of course, Russia continues to fund its military aggression and bombing the Ukrainian cities and killing the innocent people, etc., etc. And what should be done? What kind of additional sanctions should be adopted against Russia? Because in case of energy, we know here that strict sanctions have been introduced by European Union, but at the same time, as we see, it's not enough. And in 2022, Russia GDP decreased by 2.1%, but in 2023, unfortunately, it increased. We know here that Russia controls so-called national wealth fund, and it releases financial resources from this fund. But from the other side, yes, there are other reasons too. And what should we do should be done for the prevent the further increasing of Russian GDP and to promote decreasing the Russian economy and decreasing the funding of military aggression. Thank you.
Thank you. Whom you address your question? All the panelists. All right.
I will try to reply, or minimum start to reply. First of all, we must be more selective and understand which sector we need to target. Second, of course, that we continue to have the situation when many countries in the region and outside of the region of Russia continue to have a very concrete supply of gas and petrol. Third, we should look on a sectorial dimension, like even, to close some kind of special air traffic in Europe, Euro-Atlantic for Russia, and this will be also some kind of condition to them to understand that they must return to international. In any case, if you are looking on each of sanction on a concrete dimension, it's not immediately, but in some period of time, we will understood that Russia already loses a few years of economic technological development. But in any case, it must be targeted not only on a Russian economy, but also in his so-called proxy oil lines, whatever you will use such a country which continue to support Russia on this unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. Because if you will not address the Russian alliance on this unprovoked aggression and war, we already have a result of such a, absence of the sectorial sanction on some countries, but we will have an even larger problem, and instead to address one problem directly and immediately, as my colleague Angus said, we will have a lot of challenges, and not only in European region, but outside of European region. And this will be a chaos which we will not stop immediately. So let's do this immediately, because if I mention you from the beginning, when you are not react properly, you will have a bigger problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Evgenia Gaber, Atlantic Council. I have two questions, if I may. One to Assistant Secretary General. You mentioned that there is a common understanding in NATO that Russia cannot win this war. I was wondering if there is also a common understanding in NATO that Russia can and should lose this war in Ukraine. And to Ambassador Öztürk, I think it's really a tragedy that in the 21st century we speak of children's deaths in numbers, and when you compare it to how many children were killed in Ukraine and in Gaza, I think we really should be very careful, because unfortunately we still don't know how many children were killed in the occupied territories. Only in Mariupol, as you know, there are some estimates when probably there are hundreds of thousands of civilians who have been killed by Russia. And generally, I think we should do more to support Ukraine in the return of the children who were forcefully deported to Russia as well. And that's why I also want to thank Turkey for all the support that we have there. But my question would be about the demining initiative, and something that my colleague from Ukraine mentioned before. In the expert document that was prepared by the Crimea Platform's expert network, there is one recommendation of making demining initiative a permanent mission, and maybe expanding it also to patrol the western part of the Black Sea, especially that we also need protection of critical infrastructure. We have Sakarya gas field there, Deep Neptune, Romanian one. So what is Turkey's stance on this? Do you see this is possible, and do you think that this is feasible? Thank you.
So just 2 points. So I want to come back very quickly to the question on Russia. I won't talk about sanctions because it's not my competence, but the Russian economy is growing for two reasons. One, Russia is managing to export a certain amount of oil and gas. The other reason is that Russia has mobilized its economy for war, and it is driving up the industrial production of armaments. Now, we can debate whether that is sustainable in the medium to long term, but in the meantime it's driving the Russian economy. But it's also, I think, a really serious message to us about our own defense spending and our own industrial production, because Russia has seriously managed to increase its production over the last 12 months. Ukraine prevailing in this war, Ukraine winning in this war, yes, of course it means that Russia is not going to achieve its objectives. Russia is going to lose this war under its own terms. Exactly how it ends and exactly what that means, that's for our Ukrainian colleagues to lead on. So understandably, we don't define exactly what that means, but yes, we are very clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions as well. I hope it's working now. Yes, it's working now. For the children, they are all the same for us, all over the world. One child killed in Ukraine or in Gaza or anywhere in the world is a tragedy. So we are not making distinctions between children here in this case. But the point I wanted to make was to underline that we have to be consistent and credible. We cannot just stay silent and close our eyes to all human tragedies, sufferings in one part of the world and focus only on one. To be consistent for Ukraine's own interest also, we believe this is important, that we should also raise our voice when we see suffering of children also in other parts of the world. This is the point. And second one, about the mine countermeasure Black Sea task group. Now our Navy commanders will meet the three littoral allies and will discuss the standard operating procedures for this task group. In the future, everything is possible based on consensus among those three littoral allies. We can expand this mission to wherever it may be needed. Also, we can multiply and enrich our cooperation in other fields, including the protection of critical undersea infrastructure. As Turkey already has gas reservoirs, and even now we have facilities already extracting gas, and Romania is soon going to exploit the gas in deep Neptune area. So it's also logical for us to cooperate together. Also, we don't forget Georgia here, and because it's so important for the energy security of Europe, the cooperation between Turkey, Azerbaijan, Georgia is critical. We hope Armenia can also join us with a peace deal with Azerbaijan. But in this case, I have to take the opportunity to underline once again that no energy project in the Black Sea can be realized without us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Sung. Now, Ambassador Zaku will have the floor.
Thank you again. And just to follow on the question of why the Russian economy continued to grow despite the sanctions. But first of all, let me say that there is no better response to the military aggression against Ukraine but the sanctions. And I'm sure they will continue to be adapted and evolve and to evolve at the speed of relevance. But also, we have to admit that the Russian economy is actually in a wartime regime, and this is also important when we measure the growth of this economy. And as Jill Epsley said, part of this growth is due to the huge military production, which actually turns the wheel of other sectors. But we have to also look at the figures about related to the social system, to the health system, to the salaries, to the imbalances in the different parts of Russia. So this is also important. You shouldn't look at the figures as standalone figures. We have to compare with other figures as well. On the children, this is a very important topic. I was personally present at the inauguration of the coalition to return the children forcibly transferred to Russia. And I think this initiative has to grow quickly because this is a pressing issue. And this is one of the more cynical, actually, crimes committed by Russia in this war. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Zakov. And now you have the floor, yes?
very much. Just very briefly to say that...
Probably, again, the microphone, yeah.
Okay. Just very briefly to say that I don't think that the figures we are seeing right now show that the sanctions do not work. I think that they are clearly showing that we need to keep the course and we need to adopt new sanctions, and we need to remain vigilant about those who try to elude them. And we also need to work very closely together in order to deter the cooperation between Russia and other rogue regimes which are cooperating and reinforcing each other, and this produces negative effects in our region and also in other parts of the world.
Thank you, Mrs. Sinke. Now, the last question, because we are already, yeah, please.
Hi, yes. Hi, my name is Marge Mardisalu-Kahar. I'm from Estonia, Tallinn, Director General for Eastern Europe and Central Asian Department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Just wanted to thank you all for this very inspiring discussions here. I very much concur with all the messages underlying the urgency of military support to Ukraine. This is the most important issue these days, undoubtedly. But also all the other very pertinent topics, such as Ukrainian peace formula, which I think is a very useful tool also when it comes to addressing the challenges in this Black Sea region. My question is addressed, well, basically to all who feels like answering. We're speaking about this game-changing historic decisions, EU and NATO enlargement. And we are confident that we mean it in earnest. Now the question whether the regime in Kremlin also is convinced that we are serious about those decisions. And the question is, what more can we do in order to be more convincing in that respect? Thanks.
First of all, the nations which are helping us, supporting, and try to be alliance in each of new coalition must understood that this war is not only existential for Ukraine and Ukrainian. This is also the war is existential for Mr. Putin to be in the power. Problem is that we have a situation when we don't have any conduct, code of conduct of the political irresponsible leader, which are ready to do everything possible and will send each of last Russian for die just to keep or to be or to stay as long as possible in a power. Second, to provide the concrete understanding for Kremlin that we are serious in EU and in NATO, it's additional steps to do. We already, as a Ukrainian, as a nation, as a people, which understood immediately that we have a situation when we need to fight, we are very thankful for EU decision to provide to Ukraine a candidate status, because it's not only to help Ukraine economically, morally, socially, but it's also to send to Mr. Putin a concrete signal that it's not only a Ukrainian which are sure that they are fighting for the democracy, rule of law, and the main democratic issue, but it's also serious for EU that they consider us as a part of not only a geographical European tradition, but also a part of the Europe which share the same values. And the third one, I think it will be a really serious and concrete game changer for NATO to celebrate 75 years if Ukraine will receive an invitation. I understand that it's a provocative message, but believe me, colleagues, we are very happy that our friend, Sweden, Finland, after hundreds of years of his independent status of neutrality, understood that the only window of possibility is these few years when a Ukrainian fighter had decided to join NATO. We absolutely sure that the front line of democracy and democratic societies will be not complete between the North and South if you will not include Ukraine on this unity of the nation, which share the same value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Ambassador Yosip, few words, just because we have no time. Just.
Thank you very much. I could not say nothing when it is about EU enlargement in particular. I have to say that, look at us, Turkey, who has been waiting to be a member of the European for the last 60 years. I hope those partners, allies, friends who have received an invitation would not have to wait as long as we had to wait. But it's not a joke. It's very serious now, because even under these circumstances, if Turkey's EU integration process cannot be revitalized, there will be strategic consequences and risks for the whole European security. It's very important to underline this fact, because the credibility of the European also depends on how they treat Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Another questions? The last one? Oh, so many. All right. Lady, I have a privilege.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Yulia Smilovskaya, Globsec. So I'd like to refer this question to Minister Tobias Lindler, who said very optimistic. Is he in the hall? Yeah? Okay. You said very optimistically that the economic performance and power of the European Union is much larger than the Russians one, and that the defense production is actually gaining its momentum. So I'd like to come back to this reference of the Assistant Secretary General that basically the pace with which Russians are ramping up with their productions and replenishing their stocks are much more striking, and this pace is not matchable with the defense capacities of Ukraine and our partners in NATO countries. So what might be these contingency plans, how to actually ramp it up? Because in Ukraine, we would have advised this to work in 2-3 shifts for all the military plans, and we don't see this kind of like movement, unfortunately, in our partners. So therefore, only more of political statements rather than real actions that we could observe, at least publicly. I would appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last words from Ambassador Dragomir Zakov, as a conclusion, as a reply of your question. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. First, let me go a little bit back on the previous question. Basat, you remember when we had the very last meeting of the NATO-Russia Council in January 2022 with the Russians, and when we were said at the room 1 of NATO headquarters that the Russians want NATO to go back to the 1997 military posture. And if we compare where we now, 2 years later, we have two new members in NATO, namely Finland and Sweden. the EU has opened negotiations with the new countries. The negotiations with the countries that previously were in negotiations process continue. We have clear roadmaps for other countries to continue with their negotiation process. We're in a completely different situation to what the Russians want to do, and I'm sure Kremlin is fully aware of that both NATO and the EU are serious about enlargement. And that's why the Russians are trying to create dilemmas. This is why they're trying to sow divisions in our societies, between allies, between partners, between member states of the European Union. And we all have to ensure that this is not going to happen in their way. Then going to the defense production and ramping up defense production, I can assure you that we are far beyond just public statements. And both NATO and the European Union have their plans how to do it. We in Bulgaria, we also have our plans. I cannot speak for others, but definitely can speak for Bulgaria, and I can say that we have our own plans. And I'm sure that in the second panel, our Minister of Defense will have some words to say on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you for the intervention. Thank you all for activity, commitment. That's why, according to the timeline, according to the agenda, there is a lunch. That's why I invite you on I don't know where is the lunch, but probably the next door. Huh? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dear guests, dear experts, we are starting the second panel. Please take your chairs. And dear panelists, I invite you to the scene. Hello, Minister. My pleasure. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone, our distinguished guests and our expert community and representatives of the governmental bodies who are here, and would like to thank to everyone for joining this conference and discussing these very important issues, not only for Ukraine, but for the whole Europe. My name is Alina Frolova. I'm a deputy chairperson in the Center for Defense Strategies, which actually one of organizers of this conference. And I was a deputy minister of defense in 2019-2020 in Ukraine. And I'm very glad I first of all will introduce our guests today and make a short intro and then give the floor for you to talk an introductory speech. So the first, and Mr. Atanas Zaprianov, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Bulgaria. Admiral Igor Voronchenko, Chief Inspector of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and he was a commander of the Naval Forces of Ukraine in 2016-2020. Mr. Laurinas Kashunas, Minister of National Defense of Republic of Lithuania. Later we will have online Mr. Karl Oskar Bulin, Minister for Civil Defense of the Kingdom of Sweden. We also will be joined a little bit later the Earl of Minto, Minister of State, Ministry of Defense of the United Kingdom. We also have here Ms. Simona Kojuharo, State Secretary of the Ministry of National Defense of Romania, who help us to keep the gender balance on this issue. We will be joined by Judith Collins, Minister of Defense of New Zealand, with video address. And we have here our Turkish Kalak Rear Admiral Refik Levin Tajan, Deputy Director General for Defense and Security, Ministry of Defense of Republic of Turkey. And later we will hear the video address of Mr. Dragan Krapovic, Minister of Defense of Montenegro, and few interventions from our guests. So to give the shape of this panel, I would like to refer a little bit to the discussions which we had yesterday with the experts, and the key components which were raised up from the discussions is, first of all, that we need to somehow address those questions, whether Ukraine is able and capable to release the Black Sea and to release the Crimea. And this is how we can do it without the phrase which we heard very much, without having a fleet. And one of the very right ideas which arise that Ukraine has a fleet. Yes, we have a fleet, it's just non-standard approach. And the rising component of the new technologies, the rising component on non-standard actions, the rising component of the creativity in addressing the maritime threats is something which should be taken by also other nations. But when we speak about the Black Sea, this is the mixture of different interests, of different positions. We have a literal states who has sometimes the opposite positions. We obviously see the threat from Russia, which is acknowledged by everyone, but we don't see probably enough cooperation of the literal states, first of all, which will bring the more stability. Everyone welcomes the new trade corridor, and everyone welcomes those missions which are operating now. But what we can do more, yes, how we can not only sit and wait the end of this war or for Ukraine win of this war, but how we can project some stability, some steps to stability right now. So I give the first word to Mr. Atanas Zaprianov, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Thank you very much. Allow me, first of all, to say that the topic is of crucial importance, and winning the battle for the Black Sea and military strategy for Ukraine is a very, very important topic. In my introductory speech, I'll repeat some of my theses that I stated this morning, that yes, in the 30 year of brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine, we are living in a fundamentally changing security environment in the Black Sea. And this environment affects not only the interest of Ukraine, but also the interest of all littoral states and Euro-Atlantic community and all over the world. Because the Black Sea is a sea of connection between East and West, Asia and Europe, and free sailing is important for the economical growth, not only about the littoral states, but whole countries in Europe. In our strategic context, I said this morning that Russia has been using destabilization as a tool to achieve its strategic long-term goals. And we see that Black Sea is part of their strategic goal. Russia has been dominated for many years in the Black Sea. And this war actually was easy for them to start against Ukraine because of their superiority in the Black Sea, comparing Russian maritime capabilities in the Black Sea and, of course, Ukrainian maritime capabilities. Having this superiority gives Russia this behavior of challenging us, stating, as I said this morning, zones forbidden for sailing, demonstrating maritime power, and sending their ships close to our borders. Yes, we discussed this morning also Russia's use of sea mines affecting the main routes through the Black Sea, and we need to cope with this danger. Nobody knows whether these mines are deliberately sent to our borders, or this is some misfunctioning of the mines laid on the bottom of the sea. That's why, as I said this morning, we can do more, and we are going to do this by joint effort between us, Turkey, and Romania. From Bulgarian military strategic perspective, yes, we can do more, and this is our strategic interest not only Bulgarian interest, but also all NATO member states, littoral states, and whole Euro-Atlantic community. Unfortunately, because of the specifics of Montreux Convention, we cannot invite here in Black Sea NATO ships. We understand the posture of our Turkish friends that implementing Montreux Convention actually somehow reduce the tension, and it's a, how to say, tool to avoid escalation between Russia and us, because we are not directly involved in this war. We are supporting Ukraine, yes, but we are not part of this war. Speaking about the broader Black Sea region, we can recognize that Russian aggression in Ukraine is a challenge to the stability of Moldova, given the separatism in Transnistria that Moscow has been systematically supporting. As we see from the latest Russian-inspired hybrid activities against Moldova's legitimate state institutions, the Kremlin is determined to further destabilize this country with a view to stop its Euro-Atlantic integration. The conflict potential in the breakaway regions of South Ossetia and Abkhazia should not be also underestimated at all, given the Russian strategy to exercise constant hybrid pressure on Georgia with the long-term goal to disrupt its Euro-Atlantic orientation. You know that my background is a military guy. And for me it was clear many years ago that Russian cannot stay only in Novorossiysk. They need to base their fleet in a broader region. In Abkhazia coast is one of their strategic goals, and now they are going to build Navy base there. Then they occupied illegally Crimea, and this way they managed to broaden their presence in the Black Sea. Actually, they tripled their territorial waters by these illegal annexations. That's why I said that, yes, Georgia also suffered by this strategy. We remain concerned regarding the conflict potential in Nagorno-Karabakh in the broader region, and we hope that positive steps will be developed in this direction. In the context of the collective response to the growing instability, Bulgaria actively supports the strengthening of the NATO presence in the Black Sea. As NATO is the foundation of our collective defense, we should make adequate investment to build up of the right national and allied capabilities alongside with whole eastern flank and especially the Black Sea. You know that one of our modernization projects is connected to our Navy modernization. We have a project for building two new combat ships. One of them will be ready next year. The second will be ready in year 2026. Also, we are looking for a coastal-based missile defense system and also to increase our air defense capabilities on the Black Sea coast. This is our contribution to the security of NATO and to our own security. We congratulate NATO's decision to establish here a battle group, NATO battle group, which can be increased to the brigade level, which is also a practical contribution to the security on the eastern flank of the alliance. I hope during the upcoming summit in Washington, we'll see more decisions related to the security in the area of Black Sea, and we littoral states will present to the allied nations our joint effort to increase NATO defense and deterrence capabilities in our region. Yes, the establishment of the NATO's multinational battle group in Bulgaria is fundamental for the defense of our country as an ally. This is a practical contribution to the security of the alliance southeastern flank. Today, this Italian-led battle group is fully manned. We are looking forward to build up the potential of the multinational battle group to reach a brigade level if and when necessary. Bulgaria is ready to invest in infrastructure project near Yambol city to build a permanent base, to base this battle group. We are also working on establishing a NATO multinational division HQ in Bulgaria. This HQ will exercise command and control over the respective land forces formations according to the NATO regional plans. The Maritime Coordination Center that we are building up in Varna will further enhance the Black Sea security. In the context of our continued military assistance to Ukraine, Bulgaria is now seeking to have allied air and missile defense as well as coastal missile defense systems deployed on our territory as soon as possible, because, as I said, procurement of such system now takes a lot of time. In order to face the deteriorating security environment, Bulgaria is focused on strengthening her national defense within NATO. We are implementing modernization projects across all over the armed forces services and operational domains. We continue to implement the program for the development of the defense capabilities of the Bulgarian Armed Forces till 2032, program 2032, as adopted by the Parliament in 2021, together with the plan for development of the armed forces of the Republic of Bulgaria till 2026. I would like to inform you that very soon, maybe this or next week, Bulgarian National Assembly will adopt a program for investment till 2032, which consists of 13 modernization projects and 3 infrastructure projects, new projects. We have developed a new national defense strategy that reflects the fundamentally changed strategic environment following the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the Russian destabilization policies in the Black Sea. The Ministry of Defense elaborated a defense investment program, as I said, and we are waiting for its approval. We are conducting now a defense policy strategic review aimed at reviewing, adapting, and optimizing decisions and processes so as to achieve the government's objectives in defense. And a defense white paper will be issued at the end of 2024, but this document will be left for the new assigned political government and minister to decide on. But being Minister of Defense in a caretaking government, we are working very hard to prepare this document as a draft and then to propose to my successor for approval changes according to the new program of the politically assigned government. In the light of the urgent need to accelerate the modernization and rearmament of our armed forces, we see the level of defense spending to 2% of GDP not as a ceiling, but as a foundation to build upon. In perspective, this year our budget is 2.05% of GDP, and next year I think we'll see an increase of the budget reaching maybe 2.5% of the GDP. This is because this week a very important decisions will be made by Bulgarian National Assembly concerning the payment of the military personnel. And this increase by 30% of the salaries of military staff will be in force since 1st of January next year, which means the budget will be increased. The top priority regarding rearmament is the build-up of the heavy mechanized brigade of the land forces. This is why the current highest priority investment project is the procurement of new armored vehicles. We have a contract with the United States for procurement of new Stryker armored vehicles that would cost approximately $375 billion. Regarding the land, 155 millimeters artillery, high mobility artillery rocket systems, unmanned air vehicles, and the heavy brigade. We also will acquire a second batch of 8 F-16 Block 70 fighters for the Air Force. Actually, next year we'll have first 8 aircrafts F-16 procured to Bulgaria, and maybe at the end of next year we'll have capabilities for carrying on our air policing activities by new platform, because now we are very much dependent on MiG-29 capabilities. Also, we plan to acquire new 3D radars, air and missile defense system, coastal defense system. Okay. We now see the scope of the intensified Russian hybrid activity against NATO and EU nations, including Bulgaria. The Russian Federation uses sophisticated hybrid strategies, as I said this morning. That's why we have already prepared a strategy for countering disinformation, false news, and we have already restructured our information center, creating capabilities to cope with this danger, because honestly speaking, in the area of cognitive domain, we see similar war as we see in the cyberspace. In conclusion, the winning military strategy for Ukraine should be based on proper use of significantly increased military assistance from the democratic world, so Ukrainian armed forces could be able to achieve air and fire superiority. Let me add a very important thinking about what has been said by Mr. Kuleba this morning. He said that Russians respect only power, only strength, you know. That's why taking care about our capabilities, increasing our defense capabilities, we are contributing for defense and deterrence in defense posture of the alliance, supporting Ukraine, delivering the right equipment and munitions to Ukraine. Also, we are strengthening their military strength, which means increasing military capabilities of Ukraine, increasing our military capabilities, means that this is the right tool to stop Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for such a good overarching approach to what you do as a state, as a nation, to stabilize the situation. And you're absolutely right that this is what we lack, that each and every country in the Black Sea to be strong enough to make a strong alliances. Before giving the word to Admiral Igor Voronchenko, I would like to say that Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Umerov, he's sending the greetings to the participants of the conference. He was not able to join because he urgently left for frontline for solving some issues and just came back. But he sent in the best wishes and making the point of the importance of the discussions which are happening here. And now I give the floor to Admiral Igor Voronchenko, Chief Inspector of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Admiral, please.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I congratulated you on the opening of this important event, which was made possible thanks to the joint efforts of countries that support the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine in the context of the aggression of the Russian Federation in Crimea. Ukraine, as a sovereign state, is obliged to protect its territory and guarantee the safety of its citizens. We appreciate the support and cooperation with all the countries that joined this conference. At this conference, we have opportunity to to discuss common challenges and find common solution. The Black Sea region, with its strategic importance and complex challenges, needs our attention and joint efforts to assure peace, stability, and security. The Crimea platform is an important cooperation mechanism for solving problems related to Russia's aggression in Crimea, as well as supporting the sovereign and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Ukraine is deeply grateful to all partners for their support and cooperation. Today, I want to draw our attention to a number of important tasks related to ensure security and stability in the Black Sea, as well as restoring international law and sovereignty of Ukraine. First of all, the defeat of Russia in the Black Sea is an important step for ensuring security in the region. Russia's aggression in Crimea and East Ukraine poses a threat to the entire Black Sea region, and the defeat of Russia in the Black Sea will allow to stop aggression and restore peace. Second, it is important to free Crimea from occupation and return it to Ukraine. The occupation of Crimea is a violation of international law. Third, it is necessary to stop the missile attacks on Ukrainian citizens from the territory of Crimea and Black Sea Fleet, what pose threat to civilian pollution. I said we must, Russia no need to be afraid. Russia has already shown what she is capable. Decisive action is needed in all directions, including military, economic, and diplomatic. We found the key to how to fight at sea. It is asymmetric action. Next is important to continue ensuring a maritime food corridor for export of Ukraine grain. And finally, it is important to ensure maritime mine safety in the Black Sea region. Mine trains pose a serious threat to peaceful navigation and regional security. The last year has been crucial for security in the Black Sea region, as Ukraine has taken an important step in increasing its defense capabilities and using new technologies to ensure its security. One of the most important changes was Ukraine's increasing use of naval drones. These drones provide to be effective tool for monitoring and attack Russian warship. Their effectiveness made it possible to change the dynamic of the conflict and provide Ukraine with advantage in the condition of the hybrid war with Russia. They also will challenging times where security in the region is top priority for all of us. The aggression and illegal annexion of Crimea, as well as the war in Eastern Crimea, show what the challenging factor as you serious and require joint efforts to solve them. Thank you. I ready you an answer.
Thank you. Okay. Technical problems. Thank you for your address, Admiral. And in support of what Admiral just said, I would like to say that the latest figure shows that Ukraine hit, targeted, or completely destroyed more than 30% of the Russian fleet, and more than 40% in tonnage. And this is not only about the numbers, this is about the capabilities which Russia lost in the Black Sea. And in your materials you have one paper prepared by the experts which evaluates the current Russian capabilities in the Black Sea, from where we can see what could be the next steps and where we should target our efforts. At this moment, we will listen pre-recorded video address of Minister of National Defense of Republic of Lithuania, Laurynas Kasčiūnas. Please.
Dear ministers, ambassadors, dear friends, first of all, thank you for Bulgaria for hosting this event and continuing the Crimean platform. It's very, very important. I just came from Ukraine, and thank you, Minister Rustam, for hosting us. It was very interesting and useful visit. As a new appointed minister, one of the top priorities for me is boosting Lithuanian support to Ukraine. Before this year, we planned at least 66 million this year support. I want to hit the 120 million at least, so to double support for Ukraine. Also, Lithuania supported the agreement with Ukraine to put 0.25 GDP every year for defense and security matters of Ukraine. So we're doing our best. Our support for Ukraine will continue as it needs till the victory, of course. But let me be realistic. We are not doing enough. I am talking about the whole our security community, whole Western Europe, and Ukraine lacks ammunition, lacks weapons, especially air defense. We see every day what Russians are doing with civilians in Ukraine, with strategic objects, with infrastructure. We should found a new power here to empower our capabilities to support more Ukraine, especially in ammunition, especially in air defense, because we understand that Ukrainians are winning a time for us. Ukrainians are fighting this evil empire, breaking it. Every soldier of Ukraine is fighting also for our security, for our freedom, and we should understand that. If Ukraine will be breaked, we will have a big challenges. That's why we need to find a new impetus, a new energy to support Ukraine. Also, a few words about our strategic ally, Moldova. I'm also planning to visit this summer Moldova. We have an idea, we have a project of night vision devices for one Moldova army battalion. I hope it will be a reality. So let's make everything what depends on us, not letting this evil empire from the east to damage the future of Ukrainian children. Another important priority is, of course, defense industry. We need, to restart it, to put it on absolutely different level. We see very convincing facts from Russia. We restarted its war economy. We're producing many weapons, we're producing ammunition, maybe not very technological sophisticated, but they are capable to continue the war. If we want to address it, if we want to deter it, if we want to help Ukraine to defend itself and win, we need to do more in our defense industry. Absolutely, we should have a different approach. So it's just several ideas, several directions what we can do more. I hope you will find decisions. Thank you.
Thank you to the minister and to the whole Lithuanian nation, because they are with Ukraine from the very beginning, one of our most dedicated partners, let's say so. And now I would like to come to another partner of Ukraine who is very important. UK is not the Black Sea nation, but UK is present in the Black Sea with their initiatives, with their will to protect the democracy and peaceful, secured surroundings in the Black Sea. And I give the floor to the Earl of Minta, Minister of State, Ministry of Defense of the United Kingdom. Please, Minister. It should be working.
Is it on?
Yeah.
It is. Thank you very much, Lena, and thank you for that kind introduction, and a great thank you to all those who have made today possible, and in particular, Minister Zaprianov, for hosting us here today. It would be remiss of me not to recognize the truly remarkable and significant effort and support that Bulgaria has provided as a nation to the defense of Ukraine. Through the export of lethal aid and arms to our allies in Kyiv, to diversifying your own energy supply away from Russia and expelling dozens of their agents masquerading as diplomats, Bulgaria has proven resolve and commitment to doing whatever is required. Bulgaria has also played a critical role in Black Sea security. For example, I wish to highlight and commend the recent deal between Bulgaria, Turkey, and Romania to clear sea mines, which will make shipping safer and increase vital Ukrainian exports. On behalf of the UK government, I put on record our full appreciation for this. Ukraine has destroyed or put out of action 9 major vessels, a significant proportion of the Black Sea fleet. Russian warships are now unable to navigate freely for the first time since 1783, and grain exports returning towards pre-invasion levels. The successes of Ukraine in this area are nothing short of exemplary. That being said, we must never guard against complacency. And that starts with reminding the European and international community that the security of the Black Sea is not solely a Ukrainian concern. According to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, Putin's barbaric invasion has pushed up global fruit prices by 1/3. Frankly, a staggering statistic, and one with further ramifications in terms of global security and stability besides. As many of you will know, the UK is proud to have provided extensive lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine, not least drones and precision storm shadow missiles to sink and scatter Russian warships. But some of you may not be aware that we're also working closely with neighbouring Romania to establish the Maritime Regional Training Hub. And in particular, the UK is also working alongside Norway as co-founders and co-chairs of the Maritime Capability Coalition, which is delivering long-term training, equipment, and infrastructure support. This capability coalition will ensure that Ukraine can establish and maintain its sovereignty in the naval domain, be that through traditional defence of its maritime zones, search and rescue operations along its own coastline, or in protecting its own exports at sea. It also enables allies, through this coalition and others, to get fully behind Ukraine's military strategy and their force development plan. And it will help to ensure that our collective support is targeted where it is required most urgently. The coalition will also, in time, help Ukraine build a credible maritime force that is interoperable with its allies and a complement to NATO. Together, we lay the foundations for a bright and secure post-war future. By building on this support, and we must all continue to build, we can help Ukraine realize its goal to be a net exporter of Black Sea security, which will strengthen us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Minister, and I'm not tired to say thank you also to all the nations which are assisting so much to Ukraine and UK, of course. And now we are coming to Ms. Simona Gajucaru, State Secretary of the Ministry of the National Defense of Romania. Please, Minister.
Okay? Okay, we are fine. Thank you very much. It's really a great privilege to be today in Sofia for the second edition of the Black Sea Security Conference, an endeavor that we have started together last year in Bucharest. We are absolutely very happy to be here. Thank you very much, Minister Zapriano, for inviting us. Thank you very much, Ukraine, for organizing this conference. 2 years have passed since Russia unleashed its devastating war of aggression against Ukraine, and in these 2 years, Black Sea region and the entire European security architecture has been forced to go through major changes. But this started actually 10 years ago, 1 decade ago, with the illegal annexation of Crimea. Moscow continues to show the utmost disrespect for the international law, and this behavior keeps on manifesting risks and threats towards the Black Sea. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, the Black Sea has become the doorstep, the very center of the Euro-Atlantic security and the place that bears the brunt of Russia's assault to the rules-based international order. We talked today extensively about undermining the safety and freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. Furthermore, the level of threats and challenges to the security and stability of the countries in the Black Sea region has increased dramatically. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is acute. Yes, this is confrontational. Yes, we are seeing a major escalation in the Black Sea. Actually, our vision should remain coherent. Bottom line. This is absolutely very, very much important. As the Alliance recognized the need to address this new reality, regional and strategic plans were adopted in Vilnius Summit aimed to increase NATO's deterrence and defense and its capability to deter and defend against any aggression. We are now in a new phase where we no longer need to talk about recognizing the Black Sea or Southeastern Europe's strategic importance. We did this. Romania was such a strong supporter in Madrid towards the new language, new concepts in the new strategic concept, recognizes the strategic importance of the Black Sea. We must translate our needs into concrete action. And by the way, as we speak, 27 Romanian ships, 17 aircrafts and helicopters, more than 2,000 militaries from 12 NATO and partner countries are exercising together in a major naval exercise in the Black Sea and on the Danube, which is called Sea Shields. Very much important to train together. For Ukraine, during these years of war, the Black Sea has proven to be a vital artery for the stability and survivability of the country, actually, not only through the trade it facilitates, but also from a military perspective. And you have already mentioned a couple of important strengths in this regard. Using maritime drones, for instance, as game changers in the Black Sea is the perfect example of innovation, if you like, and determination that continue to serve Ukraine in its mission to protect and to defend its national sovereignty and integrity. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, 20 years ago, Romania joined NATO alongside other 6 countries, including Bulgaria, and that was a decision rooted in our steadfast commitment to promoting peace, security, and stability in our region and beyond. Our military contribution to NATO have been significant and impactful, we are saying. That's why we are very much worked closely with our allies and partners to address common security challenges, enhance maritime security, and promote stability in this very strategically important area. As we are looking to the future, Romania remains firmly committed to this course, and Russia is, ladies and gentlemen, without any doubt, the most significant threat to the security of the Black Sea region. I absolutely am convinced that you are all agreeing with that. So together with our partners in the Black Sea, Ukraine and Republic of Moldova, we have the accurate insights regarding exactly how this threat is manifesting itself. Security of navigation in the Black Sea continues to be challenged and disrupted by Russia's actions. Continuous GPS jamming forces commercial and military ships to change course. Another one, and this was mentioned extensively this morning and in this panel, is related to drifting naval mines. The Romanian naval forces have already intervened multiple times in order to safely remove these drifting devices. MCM Black Sea Memorandum of Understanding, and I'm very proudly here staying on the stage with 2 of the active members of the negotiations teams, Minister Zaprianov, Amiral Trescan, and of course, together with the colleagues from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, we were part in this common endeavor, actually a premiere at the level of the free allied countries riparian to the Black Sea. This is absolutely important, and this is not only representing a great step in countering the increasing threat of drifting naval mines, but also lays the pathway for more allied engagement in the region, as it is also open for the participation of personnel and capabilities from other allied states. So, I would like very much to say also in this framework that Romania stands in strong solidarity with Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. Actually, this importance was reiterated just a few days ago when Romania's president, Mr. Iohannis, met with Ukraine's president, Mr. Zelensky, on the margins of the Free Seas Summit in Lithuania. Romania is reiterating our firm support to Ukraine on all relevant dimensions. We are providing concrete assistance in all domains, and absolutely we are very much supporting the efforts under the Ramstein format, Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and capabilities coalitions. Thank you very much for mentioning the projects related to maritime security in cooperation with UK, and also we are hosting another important hub related to F-16 training of the Ukrainian pilots. We are very much advanced, and we are expecting very soon to start the training in Romania. I would also myself want to underline the importance of advancing a US strategy for the Black Sea and all the efforts made in this regard. Last December, we are very much satisfied to see the provision of the National Defense Authorization Act for 2024 on the Black Sea security and the departmental strategy, and we are very much looking forward to progress on this. Moreover, we strongly backed the decision taken last December to open EU accession negotiations for Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova. This is absolutely a natural reconnaissance, if you like, or recognizing endeavor for the significant progress made by the two countries on their road to European integration. This is absolutely very much important. Cyber warfare, hybrid tactics, disinformation campaigns, all these are part of that cocktail of threats and risks, which is very much present in the Black Sea region. Regional cooperation is also one of the best tools at our disposal, and I have to mention here the efforts dedicated to the Southeastern Defense Ministerial process, whose chairmanship Romania is currently holding until up to 2025. This is an important regional initiative, including Ukraine, including Republic of Moldova, including Bulgaria, including Turkey, including Romania, and other countries in the Southeastern Europe. So, conclusion, we must support Ukraine with a redoubled effort, with a redoubled resolve, with a redoubled unity, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the only course for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary, and this is a very inspirational speech, and I absolutely agree with you that one of the capabilities which we have, or limitations which we have, this is time, and we need to triple efforts, double efforts to be in time, because this is also like the war of those who will move faster and move like in a more creative way. And now we will listen for video address of Ms. Judith Collins, Minister of Defence of the New Zealand. Please.
Whenever you're ready. Foreign Ministers and Defence Ministers, greetings from New Zealand. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to address the 2024 Black Sea Security Conference. New Zealand has been a supporter of the Crimea platform since its launch in 2021, and we continue to see the platform, including the Black Sea Security Conference, as a way to channel our collective voices and hold Russia to account for its aggression towards Ukraine. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which sought to expand on and consolidate Russia's invasion of Crimea and the Donbass in 2014, sent shockwaves around the world. Russia's disregard for international rules was a direct challenge to a system that has worked to guarantee international peace and security for over 75 years. Russia's blockade of Ukraine's seaports and its blatant bombardment of Ukrainian civilian infrastructure contributed to global inflation and to food security in the most vulnerable areas of the world. In response, Ukraine has been fighting not only in defence of its own sovereignty and territorial integrity, but for international security and prosperity. I would like to congratulate Ukraine on the success of its efforts to restore maritime security in the Black Sea, and its efforts to restore commercial trade links to the rest of the world through the development of the Black Sea Corridor. The whole world benefits when commercial shipping can move safely and supply chains are maintained, and while New Zealand's military assistance to Ukraine has been primarily focused on the New Zealand Defence Force's training of the Ukraine Armed Forces Infantry in the United Kingdom, we celebrate Ukraine's hard-won gains in the Black Sea and acknowledge that they have come at no small cost to the people of Ukraine. In February this year, along with the Foreign Minister, I announced the extension of New Zealand Defence Force's mandate to provide training to Ukraine's armed forces through to June 2025. This is part of a $26 million package of assistance, which also included humanitarian assistance, reconstruction assistance, a contribution to the International Fund for Ukraine to procure arms and ammunition, and new sanctions covering the invasion by our Russia Sanctions Act. I am pleased that As part of this new package of support, New Zealand Defence Force personnel will deliver maritime explosive ordnance disposal training for members of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. It is my hope that this training will assist Ukraine in maintaining maritime security in the Black Sea and support its efforts to uphold international norms regarding the safe passage of commercial shipping. Since 24 February 2022, New Zealand has continued to pledge assistance to Ukraine. In doing so, our message has been simple. More than 2 years on from Russia's full-scale illegal invasion of Ukraine, New Zealand's condemnation of Russia's aggression remains undiminished. We continue to stand with the Ukrainian people. Slava Ukraini.
I think that the presence of the countries which are so far away from here also demonstrates all of us the importance of the Black Sea and its influence on the global security, global food security, and that any country can stay apart from all the events which are happening here. And now we are coming to a very important and key player in this region, Turkey, and I give the floor to the Rear Admiral Refik Levent Tezcan, Deputy Director General for Defense and Security from the Ministry of Defense. Is it working? No? Yeah, it's working.
Thank you very much. Distinguished representatives and guests, it's indeed a great pleasure for me to address this privileged audience on the occasion of the Black Sea Security Conference. First, I would like to stress that as we are going through a sensitive period in which risks and threats increase and conflicts evolved into war, Turkey has been displaying multifaceted efforts on both regional and global security, as well as pursuing peace and stability. As a reminder, Turkey is the first country to define Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine in February 2022 as a war. In this regard, following the crisis in the Black Sea, we have had intense diplomatic initiatives in order to end the conflict, provide humanitarian aid, establish grain corridor, and restore a permanent peace in the leadership of our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And we have implemented Montreal Convention in a reliable and impartial way that ensures balance and vital importance for regional security of the Black Sea. We appreciate all the states that have complied with the rules of Montreal Convention. I also would kindly remind that this convention should not be considered as an obstacle for the allied states, since it also restricts Russia to reinforce its Black Sea fleet. When we talk about the unmanned surface vehicles, unmanned aerial vehicles, as you know, these are very important actors, force multipliers in new generation warfare. And Ukraine recently adopted this tactic very well. And in this tactic, the control of these drones is very important because, however, if controlled use is not ensured, it causes situations that may endanger freedom of navigation and maritime safety. Unfortunately, we detected 4 uncontrolled unmanned surface vehicle, and fortunately, we finished the issue. We neutralized these uncontrolled unmanned surface vehicles. But after the successful use of unmanned surface vehicle tactics performed by Ukraine, Russian Federation now seeks to ensure security of its assets in the east of the Black Sea. This is a clear proof of unmanned vehicles, and these are important actors. And regarding the drifting mines, it's another important issue for the Black Sea maritime shipping. We have established with our friends Bulgaria and Romania a mine countermeasure Black Sea Task Group, and this initiative is a significant outcome of our regional allied efforts, which is also encouraged by NATO Vilnius Summit communique. And this initiative is open to participation of only littoral allied ships until the war ends. According to Memorandum of Understanding, littoral partner nations may participate in this initiative with the consensus of 3 allies, I mean Georgia. However, I would like to point out that when the war ends, Ukraine is very welcome to this organization. Invaluable contributions from non-littoral allies are also welcome to this initiative with unmanned aerial vehicles, intelligence, maritime, patrol, aviation, MPAs, special operations and boarding teams, EODs, mine clearance diving teams with equipment. Currently, the area of responsibility for the MCM Black Sea Task Group is limited to exclusive economic zones of 3 littoral allies, but it may be possible to expand this area of operation, responsibility operation, into Ukrainian waters once the war officially ends. We believe that this initiative will also contribute to NATO's maritime situational awareness in the Black Sea region. In this regard, we will continue to support Ukraine and our other allies and partners in the Black Sea in this way and different ways. We also believe that every step to be taken in the Black Sea region must first be taken into account by comprehensive and sincere consultations among the Black Sea allies. We also support other initiatives for the Black Sea security and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And in this regard, we appreciate the efforts shown by United Kingdom for the maritime capability coalition with Norway. And we are currently considering the possible options to contribute under the framework of MCC, in addition to our bilateral contributions to Ukraine armed forces. In particular, we are considering ways of training support on amphibious and naval aviation areas, including UAVs. Winning the battle for the Black Sea, yesterday and today, we generally focused on the sea. But we need to focus on the ground. We need to check the ground. Is there any progress in the ground or not? That's why the other initiatives under the NATO umbrella is very important to progress, for example, defense system, air defense system, and the other issue is very important. And for this, we should undertake our planning, standardization, innovation, and joint procurement of our capabilities. We have bilateral support to Ukraine, but other than, as the war has demonstrated, the defense industry production is vital to wage war in the long term. Due to, unfortunately, exclusionary approach of the European Union against Turkey, unfortunately, our constantly developing defense industry has been unfairly set aside, and European Union has not benefited from our capacity properly. In other words, European Union's discriminatory approach towards non-EU allies has been negatively affecting the practical support provided to Ukraine. Finally, we need to support Ukraine in every way, in every direction, but we need to focus a little bit on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral. There are many important points which you touched in your addressing, and especially about the defense industry. And I'm absolutely sure that many countries can take a lot of lessons from the development of the defense industry, which is very strong in Turkey and which assisted very much to Ukraine. And we also have a lot of initiatives of starting joint ventures, which I believe also the way other countries can follow, because it will lead us to this unification, absolutely right, unification of our production capacities and joint planning, including Ukraine and countries of NATO in the EU. And thank you, of course, Turkey, for all the support which it provides to Ukraine. And now, Mr. Karl Oskar Bolin, Minister of Defense of the Kingdom of Sweden, as soon as I understand, ready to join us online. So am I right? Yeah? Okay. So we expect his address.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words here today. To begin with, I would like to acknowledge the Ukrainian Defense Forces for the great success that they have achieved in the maritime domain in the Black Sea. Russia's war against Ukraine in the naval domain has so far received less attention than the fighting in the land and air domains, despite the operational and strategic effects it has had. And the reason for this has varied, but partly due to the fact that what happens at sea is not visible in the same way that much of what is happening, and that much is happening beyond the horizon. On land, there are cameras, mobile phones, soldiers' helmet cams, and drones that provide direct, clear images and fragments of the course of the war. Confined seas are both a challenge and an opportunity. Ukraine has effectively made use of the opportunity by restraining the freedom of movement of the Russian Black Sea Navy using drones and missiles, effectively denying Russia from engaging its military capabilities in the temporarily occupied Crimea. Russia's center of gravity in the Black Sea is key to breaking the incessant missile and drone attacks on the Ukrainian population. Ukraine has taken action to secure the sea lines of communication, to use amphibious forces to support the land campaign, and to strategically strike against critical Russian capabilities. Despite the limited maritime resources, the Ukrainian Navy has achieved effective sea denial in the northwestern Black Sea and has managed to degrade the Russian Black Sea Fleet. An expansion of these actions is required to establish sea control to sustain safe sea lines of communication. Ukraine has used creativity and courage and achieved a change on the naval operational arena by using indirect methods and alternative means. Russia, on the other hand, has shown the price of complacency in their posture. On the strategic level, the initial Russian sea supremacy has been broken by Ukraine's groundbreaking naval actions. The use of unmanned systems can gain effect on all levels, tactical, operational, as well as on strategic level. Relatively cheap devices can bring vast effect. Ukraine has demonstrated that it is possible to rapidly develop innovative unmanned systems and reach a stance where sea denial is achieved with limited resources, even in a larger operational area. This will have future effects in the maritime domain. Already today, we can observe that new naval systems use the Ukrainian experience to manufacture more qualified unmanned surface vehicles. Mine countermeasures are paramount, both in short and long term. Keeping transit routes in the Black Sea open and safe will require multilateral cooperation, and I welcome the establishment of the Trilateral Task Force to combat sea mines in the Black Sea. The initiative will make a difference in the subsurface area. This initiative has many similarities with the corresponding initiative which was created in the Baltic Sea during the 90s, where the Baltic Sea countries worked together to clear remaining sea mines after both world wars. A lesson learned from the Baltic Sea Cooperation was the establishment of a special information center for all the underwater information. The center assists in prioritizing which mines should be cleared first and facilitated preconditions for clearing large areas. Hopefully, conclusions from that work could be applied also to the Black Sea context. We know for experience that robust surveillance is key to uphold maritime security in confined seas, such as the Black Sea or the Baltic Sea. A recognized maritime picture format, the basis on international cooperation, is imperative when we address the challenges to maritime security. The similarities between the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea, for example, the strong dependence on the sea prosperity, population, supply, and national survival. Sweden's dependence on the sea is very high, and land connections do not to have the capacity to replace seaborne imports and exports. There are also shared experiences of challenges between the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. Throughout history, both regions have been subjected to interceptions, threats to critical underwater infrastructure, electronic jamming, and provocative maneuvering. It is important that we in our region, the Baltic Sea region, carefully learn from the experience Ukraine has gained from the naval war against Russia. We should not rest here. We need to continue the efforts to increase security in the Black Sea. The future of Ukraine is intertwined with that of the whole of Europe, and Ukraine's future lies in the Euro-Atlantic structures. Continued and accelerated support for Ukraine is central to increase the security in the Black Sea. In this regard, the work and joint efforts within the capability coalitions for Ukraine are crucial for coordination and effect of our collective support. Sweden is a part in the Maritime Security Coalition and has recently decided to donate 10 combat boat 90s, 20 small assault boats, and training. Sweden will also broaden the scope of the maritime security assistance within the Coast Guard. From a Swedish perspective, we look forward to continuing these international efforts to make both the Black Sea and international sea routes more secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for finding the time and addressing, and you're absolutely right that the Baltics and Black Sea are very interconnected regions, and we have a lot of similarities, but unfortunately we have a projected threat now from the Black Sea to Baltics and beyond. Thanks. And we are coming to the last address in our session. Mr. Dragan Krapovic, Minister of Defense of Montenegro, will make a video address.
Dear friends, esteemed participants, with regret that I'm not with you in person today, I am pleased to have the opportunity to address you at the second Black Sea Conference and to wish you a successful and a fruitful discussion. This forum has proven to be an excellent platform for exchanging views about modalities for enhancing security at the Black Sea region and security of the entire European and Euro-Atlantic area. Russia's unjustified and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine has pushed Europe into one of the most complex security crises in decades. The Black Sea, being on the crossroads of Europe and Asia and linking some of the world's greatest power, has a critical role in the ongoing conflict. In these new circumstances, regional solidarity is critical, and Romania and Bulgaria have the particularly important roles in strengthening regional deterrence and preventing the conflict spillover. On the other hand, I do believe that comprehensive regional approach or some sort of strategy is needed in order to deal with the new reality at the Black Sea area. And that comprehensive approach could be credible and effective only if nested within European and Euro-Atlantic security architecture. That would ultimately constrain Russia's maneuvering space. With that being said, Montenegro strongly advocates the notion of European and Euro-Atlantic integration as the only guarantee for long-term stability at the Black Sea region and in the Western Balkans region. Ladies and gentlemen, this aggression that has brought war on European soil after decades of peace has to end. Ukraine has to prevail for themselves and for all of us. Our unity and solidarity with brave Ukrainians has to remain unwavering, and we have to continue to support Kiev for as long as it takes. With that in mind, I warmly greet you and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. And yes, Ukraine shall prevail. And this is a very important word, not only to support as long as it takes. We have 3 interventions in this session, and I invite Mr. Slaven Dalic, Deputy Minister of Defense of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to make an intervention.
Thank you very much. With the warm greetings to all of you, let me especially thank the Bulgarian and the Ukrainian friends, the co-organizers of this session of the International Crime Platform for the invitation, and to express my satisfaction that I have the opportunity, first of all, to reiterate our support for the steadfast struggle of Ukraine to preserve sovereignty, defend the lives of its citizens and its state territory within internationally recognized borders, but also to point out the devastating and the multidimensional implication of Russian aggression, including endangering navigational safety in the Black Sea. Bosnia and Herzegovina joined the democratic wall and has been supporting all relevant resolutions and declaration of the UN, Council of Europe and other international organizations, condemning aggression and aggressor and not accepting arguments of force and historical revision for illegal occupation and annexion of the territory of Sovereign Republic of Ukraine. Just as the act of aggression, force, annexion and military brutally directed towards civilian targets is unacceptable and incompatible with the norms of international law, the fact of this aggression on the safety and of critical infrastructure and safety of navigation in the Black Sea, essential food supply corridors on which depend the lives of millions of people in Africa, but also around the world, is equally worrying. I'm fully aware that Bosnia-Herzegovina, as a small country with objectively limited influence in international relations, cannot offer solution for today's most complex political and security issues, but in the role of a representative of a country that has itself experienced the tragedy of the war and the suffering in recent history, I have moral obligation to call for unity in support of sovereign Ukraine and necessary to respect international law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for being here and for addressing us and for support which you are providing. The next intervention is from Ms. Sinti Müller, Parliamentary State Secretary, Federal Ministry of Defense of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Bulgaria and Ukraine, for this conference and for the invitation. And of course, I would like to express the warmest greetings from Minister Boris Pistorius, who would have loved to be here, but he has very important duties in Berlin, so he is very sorry to not be here. But so I have the pleasure to have the possibility to join you here in Sofia. Listening to all of you on the panel, it's become clear that even a year after the first Black Sea Security Conference, where we discussed about possible and necessary responses to the current threats and challenges, we are still facing these threats. The panel's topic, winning the battle for the Black Sea, stresses the maritime dimension of the Russian attack on Ukraine. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine is a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter and the cooperative European security order. We all know this, and we are united and we stand by Ukraine. Germany is committed to ensure that international maritime security is respected and acted upon by everyone worldwide. Maritime critical infrastructure, such as free and accessible ports in the Black Sea, are indispensable lifelines of the modern economic worldwide system, and we consider the Black Sea region a region of strategic importance for the entire Euro-Atlantic security. Stability here means security for all of us. Germany supports the strengthening and resilience of Ukraine and its partner countries in the region, symbolized through this conference, of course. What Ukraine has achieved and continues to achieve with its drones in the Black Sea is very impressive. The high level of Ukraine innovation and, above all, the speed with which ideas are implemented is striking. Not only can we learn from their endurance, it must have an effect on our procurement, our readiness, and the leadership of our armed forces. Germany is making the necessary investments in expanding our capabilities and at the same time closing the most urgent capability gaps. We are following the developments in the region and take the exercises of the Russian Navy so close to Romanian territory waters very seriously. The same applies to the drone incidents at the border. Ukraine's neighbors are feeling the threat and the consequences as well. For example, drifting mines have been repeatedly sighted and neutralized along the Black Sea coast. They pose a considerable danger to shipping. Freedom of navigation must continue to exist in the Black Sea, implying, among other things, freedom of trade routes, safe fishing, and no threat from drones and mines. The Romanian, Bulgarian, and Turkish initiative for mine countermeasures is a very, very good example of how this problem can be tackled through regional cooperation. It shows that strong cooperation is of enormous importance. It sustains our safety. We welcome initiatives that contribute to balance in the Black Sea and constrain Russian actions. This regional cooperation is a symbol for our larger cooperation within NATO. Let me zoom out a bit and stress our solidarity to the alliance undoubtedly applies to all allies. For us, there's only one eastern flank, and this includes you, the allies in the Black Sea region. From Germany's point of view, deterrence and defense are inextricably linked to NATO. Together, we demonstrate the alliance's flexibility and operational readiness through selected participation in exercises and similar commitments, such as, for example, the German-French brigade in the Romanian exercise station fall this year. This makes it all the more important to remain vigilant as an alliance. So thank you very much to the organizers, to the audience for this conference, and I'm very much looking forward to fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Secretary, and of course thanks Germany for all the supplies which is doing for Ukraine, and the news about new Patriot system, which is very important for us. Thanks a lot. And the last address in this session is Dr. Damir Čerčec, State Secretary of the Ministry of Defense of Republic of Slovenia.
Thank you very much. Also good afternoon on my behalf. We are among the countries that celebrated just recently 20th anniversary of being NATO member and European Union member. And currently we are also part of the UN Security Council. So Slovenia fully understands what is happening in Ukraine. We've been with Ukraine from the start on, providing strong support, and we will continue to do so in the future. Being NATO and EU member, we are also security recipient. Therefore, it's very important, even being a small nation, to be a security provider. Therefore, we are strengthening our presence in the region that is just nearby to the Black Sea region. This is Western Balkans. But also we are talking with our partners in Bulgaria and Romania to provide some military presence in eastern flank, being now on the northern and central part of eastern flank with our troops. And this is what is all about within the NATO and European Union. Solidarity, burden sharings, cooperation, and this is the only way forward for all of us. I'm sure that Ukraine at the end will prevail, we win this war, and it's up to us that we stay connected, that we understand the discussion about the fatigue. We heard this word once today. It's not the discussion that should be even mentioned among the members of European Union, NATO, and the ones who are supporting the Ukraine, because as they said, they are not going to be fatigued. You are not going to be fatigued. Therefore, it's up to us, not just moral, but also de facto obligation that we are not going to be fatigued neither. So I'm sure at the end we will all win, you will win. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Secretary, and that was very good, like end up of the introduction and speeches which we have here. And unity is one word which is was the most used probably here. And we all call to unity, and this war actually put a lot of questions to the strategic planning which each of us, including Ukraine, had before this war, yes, and how we look at the war and what we expected and how we operate in the war. Until now, sometimes there is a feeling that many countries are still, tightened with this a peaceful time thinking in many ways. When we speak about the supplies of weapons, about the possibility to hit the Russian logistic routes in the deep territory of Russia. And lately we saw how good could be a collective effort. We saw it with the example of Israel, yes, when collectively the defense was activated in much more efficient way than if Israel do it alone. And the representatives of Germany mentioned about the drone accidents at the borders of the NATO. Yes, actually NATO countries are suffering from missiles and drones. Well, we are not, in Ukraine, we are not sure this is accidents. I mean, that we know that Russia can use it also in specific way, testing the readiness of the NATO countries to protect themselves and to be more active. I would like we to think about the current and future. Many of you did a lot of efforts and put a lot of energy in building up the defense and assisting Ukraine. But looking at the collective efforts, what could be done more? One or two just like ideas from you, how we can together work in the Black Sea, how we can more activate the presence of Ukraine in different initiatives maybe. So what are your recipe, what to add to this cocktail, as your minister said? So what to add to this cocktail to make it more effective? Please, Minister.
I think the first priority is to increase our support to Ukraine by delivering the right equipment, munitions to succeed on the front line. Because speeches, conferences are important for unity of the international community to support morally. But today, Ukraine needs real support. Real support means tanks, air defense system, shells, and so on. From Bulgarian side, I said that we are doing our best to deliver what we have in our inventory and what Ukraine requires to be delivered there. If we don't change the situation on the front line, we will not be able to convince Russia to negotiate, because the most important fight now is initiative. Gaining initiative, regaining initiative, as it was last year by Ukraine, will be the best way to push Russia to stop and to expel Russia from Ukrainian territory. In this cocktail, unfortunately, Bulgaria does not own modern capabilities. This is my second point. Because we saw, as a lesson learned from this war, that technology plays its role. Superiority in technology is very important. That's why NATO nations, which have in their inventory modern air defense systems, because Bulgaria does not own, for example, missile defense system, should do their best to procure. Second is long-range firepower systems, because we delivered to Ukraine several squadrons of artillery systems, but they are old-fashioned. This is old-fashioned 152 millimeters artillery system. And yes, if we want to change the game in the benefits of Ukraine, we should increase not only the quantity of the support, but also the quality. Technical superiority is needed here. Yeah, this is my point.
Thank you. Rear Admiral.
As I mentioned in my speech, when we look at sea and naval forces, there is no problem in the naval forces section, but we need to focus on the ground forces and air forces, and as NATO or the other countries must support, as my minister mentioned, the missile defense system is important, and fighting planes is important. Thank you.
Minister, do you want to add something?
I mean, I entirely agree with both the previous comments. I think what I would add is I believe these maritime coalitions which are being set up have great potential, because it requires everybody to work together, and it ensures that there's not overlap of effort. And I think that if one of the great messages I've received from today is one of unity and coordination, and I believe that these maritime coalitions definitely have shown start in that direction.
Secretary.
Thank you. My primary answer is absolutely the same: capability coalitions. Very much important this to become tangible, to have results on the ground. So we are very much positive about these results. There are a couple of important domains there, and we are very much positive about their potential to help Ukraine. The second is related to NATO, and the Assistant Secretary General NATO, Angus Lapsley, mentioned earlier on about a bigger role for NATO, about a new initiative to help Ukraine, about the planning that is now taking place at the level of military authorities. So this is another important strand of work. And of course, we should refer also to EU, important financial support, and also the support in relation with ammunition, armaments production. And by the way, Romania and Germany were very much successfully won a project related to production of black powder ammunition under ASAP. So there are many, many strands of work in relation with supporting Ukraine. And of course, there is also the bilateral dimension between different countries in the international community in Ukraine. But yes, the primary answer from my part is related to capability coalitions.
Admiral?
Yes. I would like to answer in Ukraine. I guess will be better. Вчора відбулася така гаряча дискусія під час того, як ми спілкувалися про цю війну.
Can you manage the second mic?
Hello. Okay. Yeah. Yesterday there was the fruitful discussion during our cooperation that we had today at the meeting.
Це зовсім інша війна, яка відрізняється від попередніх, тому що ця війна вже більш зав'язана на високі технології.
This is the other way of the war because right now this war is about the AI and the high intelligence and high technology.
І це демонструє дії як на суходолі, так і в морі.
This demonstrates the deals both on the ground and in the sea.
Зараз дві характерні риси, які характеризують цю війну, як високі технології і час. Час прийняття рішення, він повинен бути дуже короткий і впливати і коригувати з адаптацією на полі бою.
There are two different things. This is time and the high technology that we have to be very flexible and very fast during the battles.
Як ви бачите, країна, яка практично не мала свого флоту, але були тільки концепції розвитку москітного флоту, не перемогла, але зробила неймовірне щодо створила умови зони недоступу до більш могутнього флоту.
Being the country which didn't have its own fleet, right now we didn't win yet, but we are in our process to close the sea and to help us to win.
І результат, як вже було сказано, третина флоту або лежить на дні Чорного моря, або стоїть в доках на ремонті.
As a result, right now, 1/3 is being sunk, and or on the other hand, it is somewhere in the depth.
На мій погляд, успіх в нашій перемозі не тільки України, а перемозі всього цивілізованого світу, всій спільноти, яка живе зовсім іншими категоріями і принципами, як Росія.
The main success right now is not only the success of Ukraine, but the success of the whole community and the allies and all of the world. And we have the other grounds, the other common grounds that are not alike as with Russia.
Перше буде залежати від єдиного розуміння ту справу, по тій справі, яку ми зараз робимо, також якомога швидше втілення новітніх технологій, які могли би впливати на і робити супротив проти могутнього такого ворога, яка є Росія.
The first one is very, very fast cooperation and the usage of AI and the usage of the high technologies in our work, with comparing to the such a horrible battles together with Russia.
І цей комплексний підхід до застосування, як кажуть, і трансформації, він веде до успіху.
This complex common approach is the most important that will lead to the success.
Thank you, Admiral. I have a lot of questions, of course, but we still have a lot of experts in our hall, and I'm opening the Q&A session, so please raise your hand if you wish to ask the question, and then we will proceed. Is there any? Yeah, we have someone like behind. Just do not forget to represent yourself.
Thank you very much. First of all, my name is Nika Chitadze. I represent International Black Sea University in Tbilisi, Georgia. My question is related to the possibility of the opening a new Russian military base on the territory of Abkhazia, occupied territory of Georgia, in Ochamchire. As we know that from one side, of course, it should be welcomed. The destroy of about 30% of the Russian fleet in Black Sea and retreating of Russian fleet, and from the other side giving the opportunity to Ukraine, to this heroic country, not only to defend its land, but at the same time to supply the world, yes, with one of the main primary food product, yes, I mean grain. With regard to the deployment of military base on the territory of Abkhazia, once Zelensky mentioned that our missiles will reach this base too. First, frankly speaking, despite the fact that it's territory of Georgia, but from the other side, I'm not against if the Russian military base is under the bomb from the Ukrainian side. But my question is related to the balancing somehow this presence of Russia in the Black Sea. From one side, yes, Russia is withdrawing from Ukraine, because before the war, if I'm not mistaken, about 80% of the Russian military fleet was concentrated in Sevastopol. But today it will be the biggest part of the occupied territory of Georgia. And what do you think should, for example, NATO somehow to change its strategy related to the Black Sea? I asked this question during the yesterday also, for example, to implement some program like active endeavor in the Mediterranean Sea, also in the Black Sea, taking into consideration the principles of Montreal Convention, and at the same time, by this way, to activate military trainings like Agile Spirit or Noble Partner, by this way, with participation of NATO forces and partner countries. And at the same time, also, there are any possibilities or not to deploy, whether in territory of Bulgaria and Romania, as headquarters of military fleet of NATO forces, as it's going on, as it's decided to open on the territory of Finland. We know the headquarters of the ground forces of NATO member countries, something like this analogy. Thank you.
Who would like to answer? Is there any? The issue, how we address the issue of the construction of these new facilities on occupied Georgian territories. Is there any strategy, consideration developed among the partners or by themselves what to do, because it will happen?
We have Admiral here. I'm hesitant to speak about maritime coastal activities, but speaking about exercises, yes, unfortunately, because of the war, yes, it was said, it is impossible NATO Navy ships to enter Black Sea even for data exercises, just to avoid escalation. And I think NATO presence here is the only the only power that Russia will respect. Yes, Russia respects Turkish, Bulgarian and Romanian Navy capabilities, but having NATO here is the only way to respect Russia. I cannot say any more about Navy bases, but this is violation of the international law, how Russia will build a Navy base in a territory which is not internationally recognized as a Russian territory.
As far as I know, the Russian Federation has an initiative to start the construction on Ochamchire, but there is no approval from that country, but it may be, you know, the Russian Federation situation. And regarding the NATO ships presence on the Black Sea, there is a limitation, you know, in 21-day limitation. And but during the time, we are against this situation, because we are saying all the time, we are outlining the more warships at Black Sea is not mean the more peace. This increase the tension. The Russian Federation takes this as a threat. That's why we are against this issue. Thank you.
Admiral, you wanted.
Just one word from myself. I will say that Russia used and is using the frozen conflicts, the illegally annexed territory like Crimea, for instance, like Abkhazia, like others, to gain strategically. And what is happening in the Black Sea has many, many implications for the area beyond the Black Sea, furthermore. So we are talking not only about this area, the extended Black Sea region or wider Black Sea region, but towards Mediterranean also. Let's not forget this. And we saw a massive military endowment and also in Crimea after March 2014. So 1 decade, Russia employed a lot of military means in Crimea also. And I think what is also very important when we are looking to the Black Sea, to the naval picture there, is yes, we have the Montreal Convention invoked there, but as we have already mentioned a couple of times, MCM Black Sea is a good start, is a very good start in demonstrating what the riparian allies could do for the safety and for the security and stability of the Black Sea. But here we are, this is the situation, and we expect good progress. Very complicated picture also in Abkhazia and in other frozen conflicts or prolonged, if you like, conflicts today. Amiral.
Імперський погляд Росії завжди був спрямований на Чорноморський регіон.
Imperial view on the world was focused on the Black Sea marine.
92-й рік Придністров'я, 2008 рік Абхазія, Південна Осетія, це як оці масляні п'ятна, і вони завжди їх будували таким чином, щоб після оцього зосередження розповсюджуватись і тримати на пульсі, що відбувається в Чорноморському регіоні.
Frozen parts were taken from Abkhazia, from Pridnestrovia, from different parts. Transnistria, and it was frozen, and Russia was looking at it to just to put the hand on their pulse.
Зараз ситуація Росії щодо Чорного моря, як ви бачите, не дуже гарна.
The situation is not very good regarding the Black Sea.
Так от, щоб Росія не будувала бази в Абхазії, залишилось 11 кораблів, ті, які потрібно потопити.
Я думаю, що з вашою допомогою, якщо буде надано додаткове озброєння, то це буде зроблено або в Новоросійській, або в Керчі, в той же частині Чорного моря, не в північно-західній, а там, в східній.
To stop building these bases, everything is in your hands. Only you can sink this ship, and with the help of yours, you can do it, and Russia can stop at this very point.
Yeah, we need to sink only 11 ships, as Admiral said, so the provision of weapons can assist this before the Russia will move their fleet to the new bases, so we can easily operate in that part of the sea which we can reach now.
Босфор закритий, наращування зусиль іншими кораблями інших флотів Російської Федерації, Північного, Тихоокеанського, Балтійського, вже не існує. Але ж існує і Каспійська флотилля, але існує водні шляхи, які вони можуть доставляти нові сили надводного флоту.
Russia cannot now, thanks to Turkey and close the Bosphorus, Russia cannot deliver the ships from the other fleets of them. But we still have a Caspian Sea, and we still have a possibility of Russia to take some capability, to increase some capabilities due to this transportation.
Я впевнений, що задача локалізації доступу до Чорного моря Росії буде виконана. І все ж таки, як кажуть, длінна рука у нас буде для того, щоб ми змогли нанести ураження цих всіх комунікацій.
I'm absolutely sure that we can make this sea denial for Russia, and I'm absolutely sure we can complete this task with the long-range hand which we will be provided. Yes, and therefore we can do it. Thank you, Admiral. Any further questions? Here, please, Alexei. We have three.
Good afternoon. I'm Alexei Melnik, Razumkov Center think tank from Kyiv. First of all, I'd like taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank for all the support provided for Ukraine, and I can thank only on behalf of myself, but I do believe that many Ukrainians in this room and in Ukraine will join me with these words of gratitude. At the same time, I'd like to say that we also have a lot of concerns about the sustainability, reliability of our partners. And here I see a rather conceptual problem of, even in this discussion, of trying to understand where we are, you are, because you are not a part of the conflict, and you don't want to be part of the conflict. We don't ask you to be the part of the conflict. And at the same time, you are trying to play like a game that this is the Ukraine who fights and we provide support. And I think here we have an answer why this support is too little, too late, too slow. Russia is very serious. Russia is dedicated, and from what we learn from official statements, that Russia is fighting against NATO, and Russia invests resources like fighting against NATO. So unless I think we all accept the fact that Russia is fighting kinetically against Ukraine, but fighting already against NATO, and then we make some actions, to fight back, we will still have this problem. And coming to the topic of this panel, which is winning strategy for Ukraine and the battle for the Black Sea, I have an impression, please tell me that I'm wrong, that while there are good initiatives about the task force, about maritime coalition, but we are still talking, or at least I have this impression, about the security or winning the very small corner of the Black Sea. And what our Georgian colleague said, but the Black Sea is not just exclusive economic zone, the Black Sea is much wider. And again, unless we remove the main source of this threat, we are not going to reach the strategy or the target that we actually are going to reach.
Thank you for your intervention. We have another. Let's take another question and then we'll have a session of answers.
Thank you so much. Hans Patamitten, I'm a non-Western fellow at the Center for Defense Strategies. Yesterday we launched a report called The Impact of Ukraine's Asymmetric Approach on Russian Sea Power in the Black Sea. And it focused on the use of UAVs, USVs, and potentially in future underwater autonomous vehicles. One of the findings in the report is that Ukraine has created a window of opportunity. Now, in true life of things, every action has a reaction. When Ukraine develops an asymmetric approach, Russia will come up with a countermeasure. We've seen Russia adapt its strategy on land, in the air, depending on what Ukraine do and do not. So this window of opportunity is there to grab. At the moment, however, NATO do not possess the possibility to do crisis management in the Black Sea. They do not have the opportunity to step in and fill the gap created by Ukraine. We do not have the ability to do freedom of navigation operations as we do everywhere else. And the reason is that because of Montreux Convention. It's not true. Montreux Convention do not stop non-NATO members, not non-Black Sea NATO members from entering the Black Sea. Turkey do. Turkey's interpretation on the Montreux Convention stops this and therefore has impact on NATO's ability to do crisis management. My question is, sir, what does it take for Turkey to change its stand to enable NATO to be a crisis management, tool of crisis management in the Black Sea? Thank you.
So let me combine these two questions. They both are about NATO. Yes, about readiness of NATO to accept the challenge that Russia is fighting with NATO already, as they declared, and ability to adopt of different members, including Turkey, to the new challenges. So let's start from you, Admiral. Yeah, probably. You should speak. They will connect. No, it's not working. Okay. Thanks. Yes, please speak. They
Okay.
will. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. In my speech, as I mentioned, the Montreux Convention is applied about 88 years from 1936, and this is very important for Turkey and for the regional Black Sea regional countries, and that's why we are sticking very strong to the Montreux Convention. That's why we are trying to do our best to apply this convention. I think, could you clarify your question a little bit? I think you are regarding the NATO presence in the Black Sea, because I said that there will be a limitation according to the Montreux Convention. There will be a limitation, 21 days. Am I right? Could you clarify?
My argument is that NATO area of responsibility encompasses the Black Sea. When it's not present in the Black Sea with naval forces is with reference to Montreux Convention and the Turkish interpretation of it, saying that non-Black Sea NATO countries will not be allowed to to sail or enter the Black Sea. My concern is, as a NATO alliance, where we do collective defense. Collective defense starts by us doing crisis management. At the moment, we are not allowed to do crisis management in the Black Sea because NATO as an alliance is not allowed to enter. So the question is, what does it take for Turkey to change that policy?
At this moment, we don't have any intention to change the policy because I mentioned it's a dangerous. For example, let's think about the NATO presence at Black Sea. And there will be some assault from the Russian Federation side to one of the NATO ships. What will happen? Then the NATO maybe needs to make counterattack to the Russian Federation, and this means that NATO versus Russian Federation, this will be another war. During the speeches today, one of our audience mentioned that actually Ukraine is waging with the Russian Federation, but the support the Russian Federation is waging with NATO countries. It's true, but when the presence of NATO ships at Black Sea, this will be a different face for the NATO.
We do understand, of course, your concerns. Ukraine, I cannot say that Ukraine won't mind about NATO joining the openly conflict, because we do understand that you support us, but we really would be glad to have you on the battlefield. But we do understand your concerns. Minister Minta, maybe you would like to comment on the NATO readiness on
Thank you. I mean, my understanding is that NATO is a defensive alliance, and as far as I'm aware, the Russian Federation has not attacked NATO yet. They've attacked Ukraine, and we are supporting Ukraine as hard as we possibly can to repel the aggressive invader. And until that changes, I don't think the situation arises.
On my part, I will say also that Russia is not fighting with NATO. Russia is fighting with common values, with our democratic norms, with the rules-based international order. So Russia is fighting practically. NATO, EU, international community, so it's not a Russia-NATO conflict at all at this time. In relation with the Black Sea security and stability, Romania, from our part, we are an ally that we are fighting a lot at NATO table to have a more prominent NATO presence, be it on the ground, on the air, and on the naval side. And we are absolutely, advocating the need of a powerful deterrence and defense of NATO on the eastern flank. Of course, we are talking now about the battle groups, we are talking about major exercises, we are talking about multinational command and control structures, we are talking about air policing, and by the way, Turkey was conducting the air policing missions up to recently, and now UK is conducting air policing missions in Romania. And we are absolutely looking forward to have indeed a more viable NATO presence in the Black Sea when the times comes.
With this, I think that we need to finalize our session. I would like to thank you so much. I would like, first of all, to thank Bulgaria for hosting this event.
I do apologize.
Sorry?
If I may, I've been asking for...
Unfortunately, we have no time. I'm so sorry.
It is, I think, critical, the issue. It's more than comment, and I would appreciate the possibility to speak.
We have the third panel, unfortunately. Now, we will have a chance now to speak also to the panelists on the ground. And I would like to thank everyone and say that, yes, we do believe in collective efforts. And thank you for being open. Thank you for speaking to audience. It's really important to explain on the views, because this is the democracy. We need to develop the best way of how to tackle those threats which we have. Thank you.
Participants, I would invite you to take your seats. We are going to start in 3 minutes, our last panel. So please take your teas, coffees, take your seats. And I would also encourage speakers to come closer to the stage because we are starting in 3 minutes. Thank you. Dear participants, please take your seats. We're starting our last panel of today. This is the last panel, but definitely not the least. So you can see this also as a test for resilience, because that's been a very intense and tough day. But I hope and I'm sure with the distinguished panelists we will have very interesting discussions, interactive dialogue, and that will conclude today's second day of the Crimea platform. So obviously, the Russian war in Ukraine did not start in February 2022, which was mentioned several times today, and this is absolutely the case. Russia's war on Ukraine started back in 2014, at least 10 years ago, with the illegal occupation and attempted annexation of Crimea. And then, during these 10 years, it has actually never ceased. In 2018, with the so-called Kerch Strait incident, when Ukrainian commercial vessels were attacked by the Russian side, that took a new turn, And then the next step was the blockade of the Sea of Azov. And everything that we've seen ever since the 2018 and since Russia's blockade of the Sea of Azov was a gradual occupation of the Black Sea with the blockade of different parts of the Black Sea under different pretexts of drills, announced, unannounced, vast perimeters of the western and northern part of the Black Sea have been blocked by the Russian forces. And then, of course, in 2022, a full-scale invasion of Ukraine followed. So if back in 2014, the regional order was shattered by Russian occupation of Crimea, then in 2022, I would go as far as to say that the regional order was ruined by Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And of course, we should not forget about protracted conflict that are unfortunately still there in Moldova, in Georgia. So this is not an easy regional security environment. Besides, what happens in the Black Sea obviously does not stay in the Black Sea, and that matters for the Euro-Atlantic security, that matters for the global security, for the Indo-Pacific security, because there is a clear connection between what happens in this part of the world and in the Indo-Pacific. And of course, Russian malign activities in the Black Sea region are not limited just, if we can say, just to the blockade of certain areas and to the occupation of some territories of Ukraine and Georgia, because what we witness now is undermining of the freedom of navigation, undermining of the lanes of communication. We unfortunately cannot enjoy this freedom of navigation even in the exclusive economic zones very often. And there is also an issue of plunder and looting of Ukrainian commodities, Ukrainian grain, which also has been mentioned today, oil price cap violations and many other issues. So obviously what we're witnessing now is a securitization of the regional agenda. And a lot of discussion is happening about bilateral agreements, bilateral relations between Ukraine and its allies and partners, and also about NATO's presence in the region. But what we're going to discuss today during this panel is multilateral diplomacy and regional organizations that are there and that play a very important role. Is there still a place for multilateral diplomacy? Can diplomatic tools deter Russian aggression? And can diplomacy, humanitarian and soft issues still be, and should they still be present on the regional agenda? And for that, I have a panel of distinguished speakers, which I have a privilege and honor to moderate today. And I'm going to introduce the panelists, starting from Mr. Manfred Seitz, Director General of the Secretariat of the Danube Commission. We have Mr. Ionut Sorin Bancu, Secretary of State, Minister of Environment of Romania, and Head of the Permanent Secretariat of the Black Sea Commission. We have Ms. Birgit Vogel, Executive Secretary of the International Commission for the Protection of the Danube River. We have Mr. Dimitris Raulis, Deputy Secretary General of the Permanent International Secretariat of the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. And we have Mr. Hiroyuki Yamada, Director of the Maritime Safety Department of the International Maritime Organization. Thank you very much for being here today. And let me start just with a short round of opening remarks, and then we'll follow up with a discussion and, of course, Q&A from the audience. So may I start with you, Mr. Seitz?
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me here to speak on behalf of the Danube Commission. The Danube Commission is an international organization headquartered in Budapest, and we are overlooking the Danube Convention, and more or less we are ensuring safe and non-discriminatory navigation on the waterway Danube. And the waterway Danube has become really key also to facilitate the Ukrainian export of agricultural products as a result of the aggression of the Russian Federation. I will come to that. But first I would like to point out that our organization made a decision in March 2022 to exclude the Russian Federation from all working groups of the Danube Commission. And we have also had to face the Russian Federation's attacks on the Danube ports as from July 2023, and their facilities for loading goods, particularly for the Ukrainian agricultural exports, were damaged, infrastructure and equipment destroyed, and people injured and killed. And it's without any doubts the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, and in addition to that also the attacks on Danube ports and ports infrastructure is a clear violation of the objectives and principles of the Danube Convention, and there it must be also condemned in the strongest possible terms. And that's why also the Danube Commission in its session on 15th of December last year has called on the Russian Federation to withdraw from the Belgrade Convention by 29th of February 2024. Otherwise, the Danube states will no longer consider themselves bound to their obligations to the Russian Federation under the convention. I think this is also a clear signal and a political message which I would like also to bring in here. Our organization works very closely with the European Commission. We support the European Commission in implementing the EU-Ukrainian Solidarity Lane Action Plan since May 2022. And with these solidarity lanes, I think this was also important to facilitate the Ukrainian grain exports via the Danube ports. And with the help of the Danube and also with the help in the end of inland barging system, and with the help of the port of Constanța becoming a major hub for these cargo flows. This is the result that due to the limited access of the Ukrainian seaports, which had in the pre-war period 150 million tons of export and imports to handle, whereas the Danube ports were on the sidelines. So that was in 2021 5 million tons of cargo were loaded and unloaded in the 3 Ukrainian Danube ports. We have seen then that when the maritime Ukrainian seaports became blocked, then a strong need was to export the agricultural products via the Danube ports, and out of the 135 million tons of agricultural products which the Ukraine has exported since the beginning of the war, until the end of March of this year, 36 million tons were handled in the Danube ports, which corresponds to 26%. It's an amazing figure, also considering the infrastructure conditions and also the access possibilities, infrastructure limitations in the access to these Danube ports. What is also important to mention that this was only possible with the good cooperation also across the border between the Ukrainian and Romanian administrations and authorities, which with our help and the help of the European Commission also adapted to the enormous cargo flows, because it's clear also these cargo flows require administrative processes, border control, customs, vessel inspections and security issues. So that it does not come from one day to another. It has to be organized, has to improve, it has to adjust it, that logistic chains that are then rooted into this area and also become cost effective. One last word to these cargo flows and the importance of the Danube. The port of Constanza, as I said, also turned out to be a major hub. 40 million of tons of grains have been handled in port of Constanza last year, and from this 40 million tons, 8.5 million tons were coming by barge over the Danube and the Black Sea Canal. In addition, we had 2,900 maritime vessels using the Sulina Canal, and I think this is shows also that the Danube has become an important lifeline for the Ukrainian economy, because not only export of grains happen there and bring grains, greening grains to the world market and secure the global food supply, but there's also imports which are coming via these ports and the Danube into the Ukraine. And we have now, thanks to the opening of the maritime corridor by the Ukrainian Navy to the Greater Odessa, we have now roughly 2 million tons of cargo on the Danube ports, 1.2 million tons of grains. This seems to be little compared to the 2.5 million tons of grains export which we had last year when the Russian Federation boycotted the Black Sea Grain Initiative. So, however, these volumes of cargo which we have now in the Danube and the Danube ports, I think this is adequate to the existing infrastructure, adequate also to the human resources, the institutional capacity which is governing also the infrastructure on both sides in Ukraine and also in Romania. What is important to understand is that the Danube route and the Danube Solidarity Lane is also an important factor when we are aware that the Russian Federation is constantly trying also to disrupt the Ukrainian maritime corridor through strikes of the ports of Greater Odessa and, as we have seen also in the last days, the connecting rail infrastructure, but also road infrastructure, and therefore maintaining the full functionality of this Danube corridor, even with reduced volumes which are adequate, once again, adequate to the what can be handled in this corridor with this infrastructure and resources, without squeezing out and without massive crowding out effects in the entire logistic systems in the Danube region, is really crucial. And we hopefully will not see that the Danube corridor has to take over again much higher volumes as we had in the past, 2.5 million tons of grains as we had in August last year. That was too much for the existing capacity. I think I make here a short stop, because what also is important to say that the Danube will play an important role also in the rehabilitation of the infrastructure in the Ukraine once the war comes to an end, and for this I think we also have already some measures and plans which we try to prepare together with the European Commission and our partners in Ukraine and in Romania. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seitz, for bringing up all those important points to our discussion, and of course for mentioning food security, which remains a major part of the whole solution to the Russian war in Ukraine. And as we know, food security, grain supplies, everything is being weaponized, so this is really very important. Solidarity lanes, increasing infrastructural capacity for the functioning in this new reality, and of course Ukraine very much appreciates the support that we get there. So to proceed maybe with this topic, let me now give the floor to Ms. Vogel to talk about priorities of your organization now and how it's changed, the activities changed after the full-scale invasion.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor for me to address this esteemed audience at the second Black Sea Security Conference. Your presence here today reflects a collective commitment to address the pressing challenges that confront our region, our shared region, the repercussions of which are already felt beyond. I want to relate to international organizations that do play an important role across borders under the multilateral agreements that actually shape their stakes, roles, and initiatives. This offers really, and we speak about diplomacy, this offers a wide-span platform and framework to promote Black Sea security. Of course, this is always aligned to the respective mandates of the related international organizations. As we gather at this critical junction in the second Black Sea Security Conference, it is imperative that we acknowledge the multifaceted nature of the situation before us. The ongoing, unprovoked Russian war against Ukraine has not only jeopardized the security of the Black Sea and Azov Sea regions, but have also cast a shadow of environmental uncertainty over the transboundary Danube River basin, the work of the ICPDR to which Ukraine is a contracting party to. Besides the already significant human casualties resulting from aggression on Ukraine, the escalating situation has raised alarming environmental concerns, which may pose a threat to the environment and water status of the Danube River, its basin, and in consequence, the Black Sea. The repeated attacks on Ukrainian Danube river ports, notably I'm speaking about Rainy and Ismail, serve as stark reminders of the human, economic and environmental tolls of conflict. From the onset, the International Commission for the Protection of the Danube River, the ICPDR, has diligently highlighted the environmental risks posed to the Danube Basin and beyond, underscoring the urgency with which we must address these challenges. We have released a related press statement in summer 2023. The environmental implications of the conflict cannot be understated, while security concerns are, of course, and rightfully, in the foreground of the discussions here. Let us not forget the crucial role that environmental sustainability plays in ensuring overall long-term stability and hence environmental security that plays a role. The potential release of hazardous substances such as oil products and chemicals, as well as pollution from expired drones into the Danube and the Black Sea, could have far-reaching consequences for the entire region. The absence of suitable models for predicting spill propagation scenarios underscores the complexity of the challenge we are facing. While the primary focus really remains on addressing the security threats posed by the conflict, the ICPDR focuses in anticipating and mitigating the environmental impact. So this is really part of the cooperation between our 15 contracting parties. Collaboration among nations and international organizations is really paramount to us in this endeavor. The assessments conducted by our partners, including the OSCE, UNEP, also the Danube Commission, and Romania, are invaluable in understanding the extent of the environmental risks we confront. The environmental ramifications of the war also demand our utmost attention and concerted actions. We cannot afford to neglect the interconnected challenges between security and our core business, which is the protection of water resources in our transboundary Danube River basin. The connection between the Danube's water and environment and status and the Black Sea status is really very direct and significant. Any pollutants, contaminants, or changes in ecological water characteristics carried by the Danube River can impact on the environmental balance and quality of the Black Sea ecosystem. As we engage in concrete discussions, I would like, on behalf of the ICPDR, to reaffirm our collective commitment to upholding environmental stewardship. Almost 30 years ago, here in Sofia, we signed the Danube River Protection Convention between, at these days, 11 contracting parties, with the aim to protect surface waters and groundwaters in the Danube River basin. And 30 years after signing of our convention, we are not less determined to deliver our promise to future generations, to continue what has become our mission, to make the Danube River basin, and in that sense also the Black Sea, cleaner, healthier and safer. So we have a unique responsibility to focus on the protection of water resources and environmental sustainability by addressing these issues alongside with our counterparts in defense and foreign affairs. We contribute to a comprehensive approach that secures not only the safety of our region, but also its ecological health and the environmental security for the future. Thank you very much to the organizers and of course the audience.
Thank you very much for your address and the remarks. And of course, we mostly talk about human casualties, and that's absolutely understandable, but we should also not forget the heavy toll that this war has on the environment. So everything that you've mentioned, from oil products to the debris of the drones that are falling in Danube, pollution of land, air, water, this is all there, and of course this is no less important. So maybe just as we proceed with the environmental topic, may I ask first Mr. Bancu to talk about the environment situation in Romania and also in the Black Sea, because obviously this is, there is a close connection in between the Danube River, the Black Sea, and the ecosystem, which is now under threat as well. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope I can be heard. I would like to thank the organizers for convening this meeting. It is very, very important, especially at this crucial time. And I thank all of you for being among us today. Well, the Black Sea, I speak on behalf of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, an regional economic cooperation whose aim is exactly that, how to promote and the cooperation between member states, its member states, and how to advance peace and stability in the region. Well, concerns about security in the Black Sea region have never been greater than since 24 February 2022. Deliberating on them is exactly an urgency, especially under the current circumstances, particularly the war in Ukraine, whose impact goes far beyond the security of the region. The risks of spillover are real, and we need to keep that into account. It is understandable, of course, that the debate so far has been and continues to be concentrated on the hard dimension of security and deriving therefrom on what needs to be done to prevent spillovers or new armed conflicts in the future on the European continent. Searching for negotiated solutions is extremely important for strengthening security and therefore should be given highest priority, while having in mind that the only viable and lasting solutions are those fully compliant with the principles and rules of the international law as enshrined in the UN Charter. Having said that, I would like to also underline that there is a very important economic dimension of security. Besides economic development and cooperation, it includes trade and security of trade flows and routes, freedom of navigation, energy and security of energy supply, food security, or migration, as the latter one remains mainly of an economic nature. To provide for all the above, cooperation, both bilateral and regional, is needed. Actually, experience has so far clearly shown that strong economic relations and cooperation and integration, be it bilateral or multilateral, has not only been beneficial in terms of economic development, but it helped promoting stability, mutual understanding, and good neighborly relations, namely security. These were the principles laid down at the foundation of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, the BSEC. That is, in fact, the raison d'etre of this organization, which I represent today. Consisting of 13 member states with very different cultural and political background, experiences and sensitivities, to say the least, BSEC is covering an area of paramount geostrategic importance. It actually forms the bridge between Europe and Asia, while at the same time it is a significant energy hub and a vital transportation crossroads between north, south, and east-west. For more than 30 years, BSEC gathers and continues to gather around the table, many times during a year, representatives from all its member states in order to discuss and promote projects of benefit of all, to all. So apart from a vehicle promoting dialogue and understanding, BSEC can also be viewed as a very useful and necessary first-level confidence-building mechanism. Certainly, our activity as well was seriously affected by the war in Ukraine. Especially in 2022, meetings of several BSEC bodies could not be held or needed to be deferred. While difficulties still persist, we have striven, and thanks to efforts towards constructiveness and search for compromise by the member states, BSEC has been able to resume its activity almost in full and even adopt by the end of last year, with the support of all its 13 member states, particularly important decisions, primarily the approval of the updated BSEC economic agenda and the enhancement of BSEC's project-oriented dimension. A solid base to continue this, to build upon, has thus been created for the years to come. Well, I see all that as the expression of the awareness by all BSEC member states about the importance and the value added BSEC brings to the region, and I think, in fact, my appeal is that every effort deserves to be made by all of us to enable it to work without hindrances for the benefit of fulfillment of the objectives set forth by BSEC founding principles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General, and we'll definitely go back to discussion about the current activities of BSEC and how they have been influenced by the war and the project that could have been implemented but now cannot while the Russian aggression in Ukraine is going on. And before we get to the global security and maritime security, let me give the floor to Secretary of State Ioannis Syrinn-Banchou to ask about your views on the current situation, including environmental situation in the Black Sea, and how the Black Sea Commission is dealing with the challenges. Please.
That's not me. I'm Henrik Hansen's World Food Program.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Then, I'm sorry. So Mr. Henrik Hansen, sorry for the confusion, proceeding with the food program and with the food security was mentioned today, and which is obviously one of the most important issues and part of this war. We've heard a lot about the effort that have been done for the solidarity lanes and for the restructuring of the logistic and supply chains, but how is this challenge handled by the United Nations, and where do you see now the way forward from this situation where we're now?
Thank you very much, and sorry I came in very late because I was on vacation, so I was just called in for this one as well. So we as a program has been supporting Ukraine and of course the new initiative of the Black Sea corridor. Since it opened, we have been shipping grains out of Black Sea ports. We have shipped about 8 vessels during this initiative. And we continue to purchase also in Ukraine and support the Ukrainian economy in that way. So over the last period, we have been shipping out around 1 million tons, or purchased 1 million tons in Ukraine. So our support continues to that, and it's also one of the, let's say, bigger area, sourcing area for World Food Program in terms of grains. Also prior to the war, we were exporting around 1.2, 1.5 million tons out of Ukraine. So it remains crucial for us that this corridor stays open, and of course, as everybody's been talking about today, the safety, and of course also the safety of seafarers. I think IMO will talk about that later on. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get back to the food security, because this is something that we started with the United Nations brokered and with the Turkey brokered grain deal, and then it expanded to the humanitarian corridors, which are now functioning, and whose functioning is now also secured by the armed forces of Ukraine. So thank you for that, and we'll get absolutely to that later on. Yeah. And now, last but definitely not least, Director Yamada, please tell us about the International Maritime Security Organization's recent initiatives, and how do you see, where are the priorities now, and what can be done before we get into specific questions?
Yep. Thank you very much. And the distinguished participants, that it's a pleasure for me to represent the International Maritime Organization, IMO, on behalf of our Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez. And I'd like to very briefly explain about our activities related to the Black Sea, the issues. And as you may know that IMO is a UN specialized agency located in London, headquarters in London. We have now 176 member states, and of course we have many NGOs and IGOs participate in our meetings. And basically, IMO is responsible for international shipping in terms of safety and security and the protection of marine environment. And in this sense that we have we have more than 75 years of the history after our adoption of the IMO Convention. And we are basically the kind of a regulatory body, which means that we are making regulations, international regulations for commercial shipping. And we have more than 50 international instruments, that means conventions and protocols. One of the main convention is the Safety of Life at Sea Convention. This basically originally comes from the Titanic the tragedy in 1912. And we call the SOLAS, is still the main pillar of our convention. And in the SOLAS convention, requires that the ships design the construction and equipment, and also the navigational safety issues, and of course for seafarers issues. And under this source, after the 2001 the terrorist attack in the USA, we adopted the mandatory code. It's called ISPS code, International the Ship and Port Security the code. Under this code, we have also included many the measures for ships to be protected for such the terrorist attacks, including the piracy attacks. And we have also have many more other instruments, such as that search and rescue convention, and also the prevention of collision regulation. So there are many, and particularly after the conflict started, we have the conflicts is one of the main issue at IMO, and IMO has cooperated with our member states and the UN, the entities, and also the industry, the organizations. And in this sense, we have our website dedicated to the Black Sea, the issues. If you can see www.imo.org, there is a hot topics, and the Black Sea is one of the topics. And if you can see the comprehensive information that the IMO has done to tackle with the Black Sea problem. And of course, one of the major initiatives was that the Black Sea grain initiatives. It's of course the UN and Turkey and others. And IMO was also involved. So therefore, from the beginning, we dispatched our senior staff members to Istanbul in the joint, the JCC, it's a joint, I think, what is the abbreviation? Anyway, that joint center in, yes. And Istanbul. And after the stopping of that, the initiative, we know that the Ukraine actually continued or established its special maritime corridors to transit or the transport the goods, the necessary goods. And the last December, when we held the IMO's assembly in its 33rd session, the IMO adopted one of its the assembly resolution on that impact of Russian armed invasion of Ukraine to international shipping. And in this resolution, the member states requested the Secretariat, IMO Secretariat, to conduct a needs assessment in this special corridor to provide technical assistance to the Ukraine and for further the safety and security, and also including the protection of the environment, marine environment. And according to this resolution, IMO Secretariat and the Ukraine have agreed on the terms of reference on the needs assessment. So we will conduct the needs assessment, including needs assessment for this special maritime corridor, including the port facilities and the navigational route or aids to navigation, and any other, including the search and rescue measures and communication, radio communication measures. So it should be a comprehensive review or assessment, and based on that, we plan to report to our council in July, and also the report will be submitted to our relevant the committees. So these are the current activities, particularly for this Black Sea, the issues. And I should reiterate that the IMO's the mandate or priority is to save for the safety and the security of seafarers, and of course the vessels, and the freedom of navigation is of course the most important, the principle at IMO, and we really want the trades, international global trades should continue, including this Black Sea area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And maybe just one follow-up question to you, because I think this fits into both questions of the freedom of navigation, maritime security, and also food security. One of the tactics that Russia is using now in the Black Sea is spoofing, so actually showing very different location from where the real ships are, which also enables Russia to ship vessels with looted grain from Ukraine, different commodities from the occupied territories of Ukraine, including coal from the Donetsk, Luhansk regions, etc., etc. So sometimes what Ukrainian experts are half jokingly saying is that you can see actually Russian ships somewhere in Sheremetyevo airport in Moscow, in Russia, if you look at the map, but then of course physically that's all about violation of the norms and rules of the international maritime law and also malign activities on sea. One of the expert recommendations that we have in the booklets that you also have here today is to increase situational awareness and monitoring capacities on the Black Sea to prevent this. Is there any initiative now or any efforts or discussions now within the International Maritime Organization how to deal with these malign activities?
Thank you very much. So as I mentioned that after the stopping of that Black Sea grain initiative, the Ukraine's special maritime corridor to keep or improve that corridor is the main issue at IMO from the safety and security point of view. Of course, also to protect the marine environment. So for that purpose, we are doing that, as I said, the conducting the needs assessment. So that's the main the matter at IMO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to get back to the BSAC discussion. And here it's very interesting that we have some of the organizations that have expelled Russia after the full-scale invasion, and some where Russia still keeps its membership. And I believe that BSAC is one of the organizations where Russia still is a member. Of course, this also brings to the situation when sometimes BSAC representatives take part in the conferences or events organized by Russia. To the best of my knowledge, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there will be 7th International Conference Risk Management in Energy 2024 organized by Russia, and against the backdrop of the massive attacks on the energy infrastructure in Ukraine, the whole conference and participation of high-level participants in this conference is of course accepted in Ukraine with a bit of skepticism. So could you please explain the position of the Secretariat of BSAC and how is this cooperation with Russia within BSAC is now going on, and how do you see where it's going now?
Hello? Yes. Well, this is a very pertinent question, and it is it's very important because it's connected with the very functioning of BSAC. Our effort, first of all, our aim is to promote and use as much as possible the regional economic diplomacy and economic cooperation. With that in mind, and with the fact that Russia exactly is Ukraine are participating in all in our organization. We try to promote to the extent possible a cooperation, and our participation is judged ad hoc on the merits of each case. So we try to use every opportunity to promote the close economic cooperation, with this in mind, we judge on the merit of each case where we participate. Meanwhile, in all our BSEC organs and bodies, all 13 member states participate actively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I have many questions. Maybe last one before I turn for questions to the audience, and that would be again coming back to the environmental side of the Russian warfare. And very often the term which is used in Ukraine and by many experts is ecocide, because this is what Russia is committing now with all the damage caused to the national parks, to the ecosystem of the Danube River, lower Danube. And me, myself, being from Odessa and spending these years of war in Odessa, I can see that almost every day, including, for example, after the destruction of the Kakhovka dam, when we had all these roofs and parts of houses coming to the seashore and the touristic places of Odessa, etc., etc. So maybe a question to you, Ms. Vogel, but also to you, Mr. Seitz. What are the next measures to be taken, and how do you see the concrete steps that can be taken to mitigate this risk, and also maybe to take Russia responsible for the damage caused, because now I believe it's more than $50 billion only the damage caused to the environmental environment.
Yeah, thank you for this question. So our next steps are actually also our current steps to keep the cooperation dialogue ongoing. So we do have an exchange with Ukraine where we do receive updates on the environmental situation. Of course, we are mainly referring to the Danube. I mentioned the harbors of Reni and Ismail, so we are observing the situation, also exchanging with the Danube Commission on that. And I think it's very important to be prepared, and there are two aspects to being prepared. On one hand, to understand the capacities that are needed when an accident would happen. So this relates, of course, to the countries that could be affected by a spill of the harbors. I'm speaking about Romania and of Ukraine, and to have equipment and capacity in place to prevent the worst in case of a spill, which means the pollution of the Danube Delta and the pollution of the Black Sea. And of course, such pollution also has an effect on water supply where relevant. And it's of course also being prepared of the assessments that have to be done at some stage in order to understand what is the damage, what's the impact, and what are the costs behind to restore.
Mr. Seitz, do you want to comment on that?
That is not much to say from the side of the Danube Commission, because we, ICPTR and us, we work very closely together. Our objective is to look into the safety, security, and efficiency of transport of cargo and passengers on the Danube. We should not forget passengers, so we have 190 river cruise vessels transporting more than 1.5 million passengers a year, so on the Danube. And the Danube Commission is the working platform, as I say, from the 10 Danube riparian states with regard to waterway administrations, navigation authorities, and port administrations. There's one element which I would like to comment also in relation what you tried also to figure out, to get out of us, I think, as international organizations. How do you deal with the Russian Federation? Yeah? I think it's clear. I said that our Commission has excluded the Russian Federation from all the working groups. It's a matter of fact that the Danube Commission, we cannot exclude the Russian Federation from the Danube Convention. So, because simply this is not foreseen. Yeah? And I think we are in a bit better situation than our friends from the Black Sea, BSCC, because geography works in our favor. Yeah? So the Russian Federation is not a Danube riparian state. Yeah? And the initial convention of the 1948, which governs us, has foreseen that only Danube riparian states are member states. So what is it, what's now going on, that the Danube riparian states now are working on a new convention, which really brings back also the initial intention of that the Danube, those countries which have a shore on the Danube, yeah, they are more or less the members of the new convention. This is work in progress. Geography, as I said, works in favor for our organization. But what I would like also to say as a final word with regard to the economic dimension of the Danube, and tried to come up with some figures also in my first intervention, how important the Danube corridor proved. When the Russian aggression led to the closure of the Ukrainian seaports, I think this is something where we have to be aware that the Danube as a transport system, so that the Ukrainian Danube ports, the waterway, the Sulina Canal, but also the reaching port of Constanza as a deep sea port, with the help of river barges. This has not only led to the fact that the Danube has become the most important EU-European Union solidarity lane, yeah? And I'm pretty sure it will stay of crucial importance also for the next months. And as I said, I hope that the maritime corridor to Greater Odessa ports will stay open. Yeah? And Danube corridor and the maritime corridor can share also the work, yeah, to satisfy the export and import needs of the Ukraine. We are in a few weeks, so we'll see a new harvest coming up, and again, also hopefully a lot of cereals will flow out of Ukraine to the entire world. But I think it's also important that we have to understand that the Danube will play an important role in the reconstruction phase of the Ukrainian economy, and also in the economic development of the Ukrainian, Romanian, Moldovan border region once the war is over. And I think this aspect I would like to mention as my last part, because I think this region, the Danube, lower Danube region, if we call it like this, and the hinterland also of Odessa towards Romania and Moldova, has a great potential for the production of green energy, such as green hydrogen, because this is the region, also one of those regions in Europe which has the highest potential for solar and wind energy. And it also has a lot of freshwater resources. So that's why also this region was really earmarked and key in the hydrogen plans of the Ukraine. And I'm pretty much convinced also that production of hydrogen and also hydrogen carriers like ammonia or green methanol in the future will come from this region, can come from this region, and the region also can become a major source for Europe's green transition based on hydrogen and its carriers. I think that is also what we have to prepare already, and that's how we have to look into this Danube solidarity lane. And therefore, Danube Commission is also promoting also with the European Commission that the Danube logistics system as it is now has been established, with all the work under the solidarity lane, that this makes the next step forward, and also that this corridor becomes the first fully digital European Union Ukrainian transport corridor. Because one lesson learned also is that all the control processes, border control, customs, navigation control, everything is paper-based, and all these has a huge potential for optimization, speeding up the procedures, reducing the waiting times, and also digitalization is a major tool and a really important tool also to fight corruption prevention. And that's why I think once the war is over, once also there will be a lot of cargo inflow into the Ukraine for rebuilding the destroyed energy and infrastructure networks. We need really highly efficient cross-border points, and the Danube can be, should be, and we also work together with our Ukrainian friends on the waterway into these directions. For example, we supported also the Ukrainian Port Administration and organizations in setting up and connecting to the European Union River Information Services, just to name one concrete example. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And maybe just a very short last question, which I cannot but ask to Mr. Hansen about, again, food security. And you know that food security is obviously one of the points of the 10 points peace formula of President Zelensky, because this is how actually what happens in the Black Sea matters for the countries in Africa, in the Middle East, in Latin America, etc. So can you please update us on the situation in these countries? Which of these countries are in the most dire situation now, and how efficient maybe the program Grain from Ukraine has been, and do you think that including food security into the peace formula, which is to be discussed in June in Switzerland, can help mitigate this dire situation? Thank you.
Oh, thanks for that question. With the initiative Grain from Ukraine, we managed to feed 8 million people in dire situations in Ethiopia, Sudan, Yemen, and so forth. We are, as an organization, going through also a funding crunch right now, so we are seeing a dip in funding, generally speaking. So for us, having Ukraine as a source for wheat is very important for us, because it kind of leverage the world market prices as well, because what we saw in the beginning of the war was that the prices soared by 38 to 40%, right? Plus it had an impact also on shipping rates and so forth. So for us, it's extremely important that we can keep this corridor open, and that we can keep on sourcing from Ukraine. And I'm fully comfortable with the situation right now, also with the humanitarian corridor. What we have seen so far from our perspective in terms of shipping and capacity in Ukraine, it has been working very well. And that's also a cadeau to the Ukrainians as well for setting that up. So I hope that answers a bit of your question.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much for your great comments and remarks. We have roughly 5-7 minutes for questions from the audience, so I suggest that we collect a couple of them, and then maybe combine with kind of closing remarks as well. So please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and ask your question or make your comment.
Yes. Okay. Hans-Petter Midthun. The Montreux Convention has just in part stopped the inflow of Russian warships to Black Sea, only in part. This year, one Russian corvette has been delivered to the unified deep water system, linking the White Sea, the Baltic Sea, Caspian Sea, to the Sea of Azov and Black Sea. 3 further ships are expected this year. The question is to the Danube Commission, can we see that the Danube being linked to the North Sea can be delivered in such a manner that the Danube river can be used to transport and support the Ukrainian Navy and transport military warships into the Black Sea? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, please, we have a question from...
Works? Yeah. I have comment and question, yes, related to the possibility of elimination of Russia from the different international organizations, because Russia was eliminated from the Council of Europe. At the same time, we know here that it was it has been stopped the activity of Russia. It's a Commission of Human Rights within the United Nations. Taking into consideration, I think, maritime security and environmental security, I think that international community should make additional steps to somehow to force Russia and to eliminate Russia from such organizations as UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program, from, in my point of view, International Maritime Organization, taking into consideration that Russia violated and still violates principles of international maritime law, having been adopted in 1982, related to the right of the state for the territorial water principle, 12 miles, and exclusive economic zone, 200 miles. And also with regard to environment, Helsinki rules of 1977 by the damaging environment. For example, it was mentioned here about the Kakhovka damage of the Kakhovka hydro power station. In my point of view, because it's no sense to continue dialogue with Russia within the international organizations. I think, of course, your organizations, they do very important role for the development of cooperation, but from the other side, Russia tried and tries, whether it's military aggression, also to hamper the normal functioning of your very important organizations, which work, of course, fruitfully in favor of international community. But unfortunately, I think that because of this, Russia's place is not at such organizations. And we know here Russia also was eliminated temporarily from FIFA and UEFA and has no right related to the sporting activities, International Olympic Committee. I think that environment and food security also, I think, one of the most important issue, and international community, in my point of view, of course, should take into consideration this fact. It's just my private opinion. It's more comments than question. Sorry, but thank you very much for your interesting presentation, of course.
Thank you very much, Nika. Do we have any other questions in the room? If not, then I would suggest starting from you, Mr. Zaitz, and then just going for the last round of comments, responses, and closing remarks.
Well, I was talking already quite a lot. I think more than my minutes most likely would have foreseen my time budget. There's one thing which I would like to stress at the end, and this is also related to what I said before, that the Danube proved to be capable to facilitate major cargo flows for 2.5 million of tons per month over the Danube ports and the system, canal system, and the Danube itself. This is a major volume, and as I said, if now we see grain flows like water into the direction where the least resistance is. That was a grain trader once telling me. So wherever you have the least costs, so there I think this logistic chain will be used most and preferred. However, as we see also, we have other commodities which also has to be handled. And once again, even if the war stops, I think we will need transport transshipment capacity for unbelievable volumes of goods. As I said, rebuilding the economy of the Ukraine means a lot of transport, means a lot of import also, machinery, heavy equipment, and that's also what the Danube is very good for. And I think also knowing that the Danube system is a partner to the maritime link to the Greater Odessa ports. I don't like to say it's also a backup for temporary disturbance there due to the military actions of the Russian Federation. But we also have to be aware that due to this importance of the current and, as I said, also the future flows of goods through the Danube ports, every effort must be made to maintain unhindered access to these ports, and also to provide the greatest possible security for the transport operations in the Danube ports, and also to the vessel operators and truck operators, rail operators, which are serving these ports. Also, always we should not forget putting their lives at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that.
I will keep myself short. Two points. One I mentioned beforehand. For the ICBDR, it's important to monitor the environmental and water situation as needed, and to be prepared and think of precautionary measures within our cooperation framework. Second point is that historically the Danube has always been a connector, also in very difficult times. And within the mandate of the International Commission for the Protection of the Danube River, so addressing the environment, we will for sure support and not leave a single country behind. So we will continue in that sense that the Danube stays a connector also in difficult times.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will simply restrict myself by saying that BSEC is focusing on the continuation of the cooperation between between all its member states on the basis of the Bosphorus Declaration of 1992 and its statutory document promoting the economic cooperation in fields that benefit all its member states and the region as a whole. This is a very important thing, and something that it will bring benefit to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yamada.
Thank you very much. The IMO is basically a technical body to protect the maritime safety and security and marine environment, particularly for commercial shipping. And our many instruments actually exclude the warships or military ships. But at the same time, recently, there are many challenges, particularly this Black Sea issue, together with maybe you know that the Red Sea crisis, that the attacks by military entities. These are something very difficult for IMO to tackle with. But at the same time, IMO is also the diplomatic forum consisting of 176 member states. So in that sense, IMO would like to, of course, contribute and at least provide some platform to discuss the global issues. So that is the current situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can just talk. Yeah.
Can I just, yeah, okay, sorry. No, so very brief from my side. I mean, keeping the Ukrainian Black Sea ports open to cargo is a priority for global food security. And the world cannot afford another blow to global food security, such as loss of access to Ukrainian agricultural products. I think that that's very important.
Thank you very much for your great remarks today, and I think the main takeaway from this panel will be how all interconnectedness and interdependency that we have in our modern world can be weaponized by an aggressor state, and how without the rules-based world order and without the international norms and values being defended every single day in any part of the world, in the Black Sea region in this case, but generally in different parts and regions of the world, the whole global security and the whole community will suffer from the costs it pays in terms of economy, environment, and of course human lives, which are the most valuable. I thank you very much for your participation today. I would like to thank to you for your questions, for your comments, and of course to our Bulgarian partners who have hosted us with great hospitality today. Thank you very much, and hope to discuss a much more positive agenda next year. Thank you.